present. Are we missing Mr. Marcus?
He just stepped out for a minute, Your Honor.
Okay. The defendant is present. The jurors are all here. Some of them had, I think, a little trouble getting here with the weather.
Your Honor, if
Yes,
I may,
sure.
Commission, before we get started, yesterday, late afternoon, the defense filed a number of motions.
Okay.
This morning, right before we started, the state filed a written response, which would be SF 226 to defendant's motion in limine to prohibit rebuttal evidence of lack of remorse. It's been filed electronically, and I've provided hard copies to the defense, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Before we start, do any of there were a number of motions that were filed last week. Responses were filed. I issue orders, I believe, on about 6 different matters. Then I know there were 4 additional motions filed last night, and then your response. Is there anything that needs to be heard before your first witness testifies?
No, Your Honor. The first witness is going to be Sergeant Crespo, and I've talked to Ms. Curtis.
Okay.
I don't think they have any problem.
Is he a short?
She.
Excuse me. Is she a short witness?
Yes.
Or,
Yes.
and then what about after that?
Then.
What I'm wondering is if there's any way that we can address any outstanding issues, maybe on a break, like a mid-morning break.
Judge, so, I'm sorry, good morning.
Good morning.
There are 2 motions that would need to be heard before the state's morning witnesses, not Crespo. Crespo we don't have a motion on, but they have a deputy from the jail, there's a DMIL.
Okay, let me hear from the state first, and then
Sure.
I'll, because they might have just been ready to tell me that.
Okay. No, I talked to Ms. Curtis. So what we're going to do is the gun with Ms. Crespo, Sergeant Crespo.
Okay.
And then we
And
have
I ruled on that.
Clint Williams with the swastika on the boot.
Okay.
He's
That's
gonna-
your second?
He's going to be Zoom.
Okay.
And then we have Sergeant Masters with the social media comments. Did you
Okay,
rule
and I've
about the
ruled
5?
on that, Ms. Bashman. I've ruled on those 3, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and the other one is going to be who Ms. Bashman spoke about. The 4th one will be the sergeant or the lieutenant from the jail.
Okay, so Ms. Basham, I'm not to interrupt you. I'm sorry, I just wanted to hear first what the state was going to say. I think it would be prudent to do those 3 witnesses and then take a mid-morning break, a longer one, maybe 30 minutes instead of 15. We can litigate the issues before they call the witness from the jail.
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, can I ask one thing?
sure.
Ms. Hortense, do you have the gun? Thank you, ma'am. Okay. We need I put the magazines, we need a separate.
Magazines?
So actually, we'll have to take like a brief break after the first witness because you said your second witness is going to testify via Zoom.
Yes.
just to set that up. Or have we gotten good enough that we can do it with the jury sitting here, or no? Okay.
Are they gonna be providing any sharing the document?
Yes.
I just need like 2 minutes before we begin, just to put something on record.
Okay, go ahead,
I don't-
unless you need the state to be at their table.
No, they're fine. Judge, based on the order that you entered on September 24th, 2022, which related to the admissibility, the state's motion for the admissibility of relevant evidence, specifically the henna swastika, the
Miss
hate
McNeil, I can't hear you. Is there a microphone on?
She has to turn it on.
He said you have to turn
I
on.
can talk louder.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
On September 24th, 2022, the court entered an order regarding state's revised motion for a ruling on the admissibility of relevant evidence, specifically the swastikas and the hate speech that's contained within the social media. And our response in the memorandum D303. Based on the court's order, the defense, and I'm adopting all the arguments that I made on September 19th of 2022, and the arguments that I made on September 1st, 2022, and incorporate them in this request for a motion for a mistrial based on the court's ruling about the admissibility of the information contained within the court order dated September 24th, 2022. Thank you.
All right, your motion for mistrial is denied.
Your Honor, I was out for a moment, so I might have missed this, if anyone asked this. In regards to the evidence that we're introducing, would the court entertain advising the jury or allowing our witness to advise the jury that the reason that the evidence was not shown was that the court had ordered that certain evidence not be shown in the state's case in chief, but being allowed to be shown to the jury in rebuttal.
Was it admitted? The evidence was admitted but not shown?
Well, it depends on the item. So there's the magazine that has tape over the swastika. So Mr. Satz would give it to the witness, I guess, to take off the tape. But we don't want the jury to think that there was anything done that wasn't as a result of a court ruling, an order of the court that we had to obey. The boot, we're not actually going to introduce the boot. We're going to introduce the photographs of the boot.
Okay, so so I can try to figure out what exactly I would tell them, if anything. There's a boot that was shown to them, but there was tape over.
No, Your Honor.
Sorry.
No boots were shown.
But they were admitted.
No, they were not admitted. We did not talk about the boots because we would have to put tape on it and it'd be obvious. And it wasn't of any relevance unless you can show the swastika.
All right.
So
that's the boots. What are the other items, please?
the firearm magazine with the swastikas on it, that was admitted but was covered with black tape.
And was it shown to them?
Yes. And the third item will be the social media, where we entered other social media, but we did not enter these 19 mentions, or whatever you call them.
So these particular posts were not admitted or shown
Correct.
or published.
Correct. And some social media was shown, but these 19 items were not shown.
And what are you proposing I say to them? I'd like to, if I say anything, I'd like it to be simple as possible. I think these jurors understand that this is rebuttal and
The state is about to admit evidence, or this item was admitted in rebuttal that was not permitted to be entered in their case in chief.
Or that it is relevant to the state's rebuttal case, was relevant to the state's rebuttal case and is being admitted now.
what about?
Or the way Mr. Marcus suggested.
I'm not crazy about either version, but let me suggest something else. What about the state may admit or state may publish evidence during its rebuttal that may not have been admissible during its case in chief.
Perfect, thank you.
Do you have any objection to that version? Rather than me saying what's relevant or what's just the state may admit evidence that was not admissible during its case in chief. General, I should know this. Does anyone know, is there a general instruction on a rebuttal case?
I don't believe so.
So, Judge, we're,
Go ahead, I'm listening.
okay, a couple things. I think what you said was fine. We would prefer that you say maybe the state and the defense or something, instead of just the state, in case we enter anything.
Your Honor, the state would object to the defense entering. This is the state's rebuttal. The defense does not get an opportunity to admit evidence in our rebuttal.
Judge, the state, and we have the list somewhere, I have the list, the state entered lots of exhibits through our witnesses.
Well, it's discretionary. In a party's case in chief, whether or not the opposing party can enter evidence, because the alternative would be to have that party, if you didn't allow, in other words, if I didn't allow the state to enter evidence during your case in chief, during your case, then the alternative would be allowing them to recall the witness and enter the evidence. But because you would not have the ability to recall the witness, because it's my understanding that the defense doesn't have a rebuttal to rebuttal, I don't know that the defense entering evidence at this point would be an option, I guess, unless you ask to reopen your case. I'm going to instruct them on just the state, and we'll play it by ear. If something comes up and I allow you all to admit evidence during the rebuttal case, I'll fashion a similar instruction. But for now, I'm just going to read it as far as the state goes. I don't want to suggest to them that there is a defense rebuttal case.
Your Honor, may we print something quickly?
Sure. I don't see a standard instruction on explaining a rebuttal case. Do you all agree? State? Defense?
I'm looking, Judge.
Okay.
I think you may be right.
We would ask that for whatever items that have been previously entered but not shown to the jury that were covered with tape, if the tape can be removed prior to the witness coming in and testifying. Just take it off now is what we're asking.
Well, why?
I don't know.
Because, right, it does look like something's being hidden, and it does look, it's like a, you know, it's sort of a theatrical, you know, we're gonna rip the tape off and show the jury. We can just do it now and show the jury.
Okay, I agree. I think you should take it off now. Yes. Can we start lining up the jurors? State?
Yeah.
Mr. Sachs?
Yeah, I just want to get this taken.
Oh, sure. But we're just lining them up. So who's the defense on this case, on this witness?
Ms. Basham.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. Bashman, we're gonna start lining up the witnesses. I mean, the jurors, excuse me. It'll take 5 minutes. That's enough time.
Yeah, I'm good.
Zoom on now. Zoom is standing by already.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can we do the sound check now so that I don't have to bring these people in and then take them out and then bring them back in? That process takes at least 15, 20 minutes.
Yes, I'll let him know.
Okay, so let's go ahead and set that up. We'll do the sound check and then we'll go straight through to the second witness.
Judge, while we're doing that, may I just set up for 1
Sure.
minute? Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a copy of his credentials too. Would you
Great.
like to see them?
Please.
Just copy this.
Thank you. Is he retired or he's active?
He's active.
And he's a deputy?
Yeah.
He's away on vacation.
I just wanted to know how to address him.
I guess detective,
Okay.
enforcing detective.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
We're gonna do a sound check because there's one witness that's gonna be testifying before you, but so that I don't have to bring the jury out and then back in, we'd like to do the sound check now. Obviously, I think you're able to hear me fine, is that correct?
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
And also, Mr. Marcus, do you wanna do a sound check from the podium, please?
Can you hear me, Detective?
Yes, I can, Mr. Marcus.
Okay, now I need to know whether or not you can see Nikolas Cruz. Ms. Basham, if you can just stand up to show where your client is sitting.
Yes, I see.
Okay, and you have to be able to see him during the entire testimony. If at any point you can't see him, you need to let me know, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, can you see and hear the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at any point, if you cannot see or hear him, please let me know, okay? Is that a yes? Okay, we're gonna put you on mute so that you can't hear the witness's testimony, but we'll be with you as soon as the first witness is finished testifying, and I'm going to swear you in based upon your Broward Sheriff's Office identification.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't want to hear any ding dong, nothing, please. Bring the jury in. State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? Yes, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Basham, you're doing the next witness?
Yes,
Yes, you are?
Yes.
Come on, let's not do this.
Yes.
So you're gonna be answering when I say, are you ready for the next witness? If you're doing the witness, then what's your answer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Basham. All right, let's bring in the jury.
Jury, the rest jury?
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see everyone. I hope you stayed rather dry this morning. It's nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. We're going to begin with the state's rebuttal case. All of the jurors are present. State, when you're ready,
Thank you, Your Honor.
you may call your next witness, but as you're doing that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to inform you that the state may admit evidence in its rebuttal case that was not admissible during its case in chief. That's all you need to know. I know you're looking at me puzzled, but that's okay.
Sergeant Crespo?
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may put your hand down and be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name for the record.
Good morning. Sergeant Gloria Crespo.
And do you spell it?
Crespo.
Oh, okay. And Sergeant Crespo, you've already testified in this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your role in this case was what?
I was a crime scene detective.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 26G for identification. And ask you, Sergeant, can you identify that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is a Smith Wesson MP15 that I collected.
Okay. And I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit marked 270. It's already been introduced in evidence that you've already identified. And would you look at this? Okay. And tell us again where you found that.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so no one is, we might have told you this before, would you let them know that that's been,
I was just about to do that. Yes, it
thank
is
you.
cleared and it has different zip ties in it that makes it also clear. So when we clear these weapons, we put the zip tie on purpose. I think I explained that to you, so that nothing can go in the chamber. So it prevents from a round going.
just so you know. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is the same weapon that is photographed in the
Okay.
picture.
Serial number TF 16214, correct?
Yes, serial number Tango Foxtrot 16214.
Okay. And I showed you State's Exhibit 26G. Is that the gun that's pictured in 26G?
Yes,
And did you take this
one
photograph?
of the same, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to, at this time, order offer into evidence 26G.
Ms. Basham, is there any objection other than what was previously noted?
No, Judge, just the objections that have already been argued on this.
So you're maintaining your previous objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Over the defense objection, which is preserved, 26G will be admitted as states 490.
I'm Sergeant Crespo. I'm now going to publish State's Exhibit 490. Okay. And where was this photograph taken?
This photograph was taken on the stairwell.
Third floor stairwell?
Yes,
The west stairwell?
yes,
Okay. And there was a magazine in the gun, correct?
yes.
And you've already have identified that, and I want to show you State's Exhibit marked 275.
Yes. This is a 30 capacity magazine that was removed from this weapon.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 490, that's the photograph that's being published right now,
Yes.
that magazine was in the gun,
Yes,
and there is a swastika on the side.
yes,
Was that in the gun just as you found it?
yes.
And on the other side of the magazine, what was it? What was there something else on the other side of the magazine?
There's two swastikas, one on each side.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions of Sergeant Crespo.
Cross-examination?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. When you're ready and you put that back,
Yeah,
you're
I'm going to
excused.
put that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the state's next witness is testifying via Zoom. We did the sound check and everything, hopefully, what we did before you came in, hopefully it's gonna work so we don't have to take you out, but fingers crossed. State, are you ready to call Detective Williams?
Yes, Clint Williams, Detective Clint Williams, please.
Good morning, Detective. Are you able to hear me? This is Judge Scher.
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you. Good morning.
Sir, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down, please state your full name for the record.
Clint Williams.
He's not on my screen.
He isn't? How about now?
No.
Somebody did cross their fingers.
There he is.
Got it?
Detective Williams, can you see me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Ms.
Okay.
Bridgman, are your screens?
Yeah, I think you see perfect.
And state, are your screens working?
Yes.
Yes.
And jurors, you can all see. All right, perfect. Whenever you're ready.
Just a moment with the IT.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that I'm going to show a couple pictures, but it's not going to be shown to the jury at first. It'll just be shown to the witness and counsel in the court.
Okay, let's do this. Will you put on the white noise and then just confer with Mr. Marcus about what he wants to do and how to do it, please? Okay.
Okay, Detective, how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
And you previously testified in this case, correct?
I did.
And what was your role in this case that you testified to, and just in general?
I'm a detective assigned to the crime scene unit. My involvement was to respond to the hospital on the day of the shooting and document several people, including the defendant.
Okay. In reference to, you went to the North Broward Hospital on February 14th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
And you came into contact with Nikolas Cruz?
I did.
And did you have occasion to take his shoes?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of shoes were they?
They're boots. They're black boots.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit, by Zoom we're showing it to you. It's State's Exhibit 26J for identification.
Yes, I can see this.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 26J for identification?
Yes, this is one of my photographs, and this is one of the boots that I collected on that day from Cruz.
And does this picture, 26J, truly and accurately depict the boot that you took from the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would offer 26J for identification into evidence.
Ms. Basham? Mr. Marcus, can I see both of your pictures? I do have an objection. Can we go on ahead?
Sure.
Please?
Did you want to address both at the same time then? I'll just go to 26I now.
Sure.
Okay. Detective, what boot was, what left or right boot was that?
This is the right boot.
Okay. And there's only one swastika on the boot, correct?
That's correct.
And there's only one swastika. There's nothing on the second boot, correct?
On the left boot, no. I went through them pretty thoroughly.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you on Zoom 26I for identification. Is this the same swastika, just a close-up picture?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the same boot. And what is it? What is that design on the boot, if I didn't ask you that before?
That's a swastika.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, the state would now move State's Exhibit 26I and J for identification into evidence.
Okay, defense, are there any additional objections other than those previously raised?
No.
Okay. maintaining the objections previously raised and over the maintained objections, I am going to receive 26I as 491 and 26J as 492.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You're excused.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Good day.
All right, State?
Detective Nick Masters, but we need to print something for his testimony.
No problem. Do you want me to just, does the jury need to be excused, or?
It'd just take a couple minutes.
Okay, if you all don't mind, you can talk among yourselves. Please don't discuss the case. You know the rules, but feel free to chit chat, and we'll put the white noise on, just not too loud, please.
Detective Nick Masters.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. And when you are seated, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Detective Nikolas Masters, Masters.
Judge, can I just ask Ian to lower the screen so I can see the witness?
Sure.
Thanks.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
And did you previously testify in this case regarding social media?
I did.
All right. And were you asked to prepare additional social media from the defendant's accounts?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'd like to show you, with the court's permission, if I may approach.
Sure.
The witness states exhibit for identification 26K.
And this has been shown to the defense?
I'm sorry.
Has 26K been shown to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Do you recognize 26K for identification?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
These are additional searches, whether it be from the Google search history or YouTube search history, from the Nikolas Jacob Cruz at Gmail, Linda Cruz 1949 at Gmail, Nikolas Cruz Makarov at Gmail, and I believe Nikolas Cruz Makavor at gmail.com.
And were those contained in the original receipt of records from those particular searches?
Yes, this is additional samplings from the larger search set that was provided from each account.
Okay, so these are samplings of a certain area?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer $26K for identification into evidence. Also have the certifications that were previously used for the rest of the exhibit previously introduced.
Okay, Ms. Basham, are you the point person from the defense on this witness also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have any objections other than those previously raised?
Judge, I would like to put the D numbers on the record of the objections and the arguments
Sure.
that we're incorporating. It would be D 175, 178, 177, 180, 213, 214, 218, and DMIL 10.
Okay, your objections are noted and overruled. 26K will be received as 493.
And Detective Masters, this is a 4-page document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to do one at a time and ask if you could read them.
The first search is from Nikolas Jacob Cruz at gmail.com on September 17th, 2017 at 4:07:44 UTC. It's from the Google search history, and it's searched for Nazi flag by. The second one is also from Nikolas Jacob Cruz at gmail.com on October 4th, 2017 at 13:48 UTC, and it's also a Google search for Hitler's birthday. The third one is Nikolas Jacob Cruz at gmail.com as well on October 18th, 2017 at 44 seconds past midnight UTC. Searched for Johnny Rebel N-word hating me, although he used the full word and I abbreviated it.
Do you know what Johnny Rebel N hating me is?
Judge, I'm going to object. Improper opinion.
If you know.
Yes, I did.
What is it?
It's a song where the lyrics talk about the hate for blacks, as well as that welfare only applies to black people.
Okay, the next one, please.
It's also from Nikolas Jacob Cruz at gmail.com from January 24th, 2018 at 1:55:07 UTC. It was a search conducted for I hate ends, only he used the full word pluralized. And the last one is from the Linda Cruz 1949 at gmail.com account from January 31st, 2018 at 11:40:29 UTC, and it was a search for swastika tattoo.
Showing you now page 2 of the exhibit. Could you please read that?
Yes. So these are YouTube comments that came from the various accounts. The first one is from Nikolas Cruz Macavor at gmail.com on July 4th, 2017 at 12:06:18 UTC. I can't wait to kill black people and rape a girl in 2020. I will try and kill at least 15 people. May I not die in vain. Second one is from the Nikolas Cruz Makarov at gmail.com account, July 11th, 2017 at 11:38:55 p.m. UTC. Again, the full word was used. You ends are nothing but absolute garbage. I wish you black people would just disappear. You're nothing in society. That's why in 2020 you will hear me on the news. I will kill as many black people as I can. and I will make sure I kill a lot. I will wear body armor, and I will be heavily armed. No mercy, no forgiveness, no regret. I will kill you ends. Again, the full word was used. The next one is from Nikolas Cruz, makarov@gmail.com from August 7th, 2017 at 4:18:31 UTC. A comment of Nazi party shall rise again. The next one from Nikolas Cruz, makarov@gmail.com, August 11th, 2017 at 3:57:43 UTC. The comment is, psh, I punched my mom, dumb bitch I say. Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com is for this account, October 21st, 2017 at 11:33:50 UTC. Women are evil. They can take care of themselves. They're less important than a dog.
Next one.
So this is a sampling that comes from both the internet or the Google searches, as well as YouTube searches. Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com for the first account, August 18th, 2017 at 1:04:42 UTC. The search on Google was for little girls naked in shower. Also from the Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com on August 18th, 2017 at 17:28:48 UTC. The search was for little girl's chest. Also from Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com, September 29th, 2017 at 13 minutes past midnight, 45 seconds UTC.
You could just use the initial on this one too, please.
Searched for little girl peas. The next one is from the Linda Cruz 1949 @gmail.com account on January 7th, 2018 at 9:24:07 UTC. The search was for little teen porn. And then again from the Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com on January 31st, 2018 at 20:07:49 UTC. The search was for underage girls on YouTube.
Now I'm showing you the fourth document. If you could read that, please.
Yes, these are a sampling from the YouTube comments from the Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com on September 17th, 2017 at 10:01:32 UTC. You people should blame yourself, LOL. We kill animals every day. I'm glad animals die. It makes me happy. Smiley face. Again from Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com, September 23rd, 2017 at 2:39:24 AM UTC. I fucking shoot it to death. I hate animals and humans. Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com, September 27th, 2017 at 11:55:39 PM UTC. I killed 12 cats. Nicholas Jacob Cruz @gmail.com, October 19th, 2017 at 7:50:31 PM UTC. I hate people and I hate animals.
Thank you, Detective Masters. No further questions.
Okay, defense? Sure.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good morning.
Or morning.
It's okay.
I'm rushing the day, sorry. So you stated on direct that these were a sampling of searches from Mr. Nikolas Cruz, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Nikolas also searched for, my mother just died and I'm staying with people, should I trust them, correct?
I would have to go back through and look at the specific records, but the majority of the searches were around violence and racism.
Nikolas also searched for how to get a girlfriend, correct?
Yes, that was one of the searches.
Nikolas searched for dyslexia definition, correct?
I don't remember seeing that one.
Search for why I am isolated, right?
I don't remember that one.
Search for group therapy sessions.
Yes, I remember seeing it.
Nikolas also searched for mental disorders, correct?
Yes,
Low-end autism.
I don't remember seeing that.
And he searched multiple times for lonely or loneliness, correct?
Yes,
If I could have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Are you aware that Nikolas does not have a swastika tattoo?
No, I don't know.
And that Nikolas searched for, how do I help myself with these bad feelings or something to that effect?
No, I don't remember seeing that search.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. State, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess while we prepare for the next witness. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. I have been excused. You all may be seated. And state, remind me who your fourth witness is going to be, please.
It's Deputy Marco Couchot. He is a deputy from the jail who sees some drawings and letters from the defendant as well as took a picture. And then the last witness would be Dr. Scott.
Okay. So who's the point person on the corrections officer?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. And which of this witness is, excuse me, the motions that were filed yesterday, you said, are relevant to this particular witness? Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me just pull them up, please.
I'll hand the court the exhibits.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, can I see that?
Of course. I'm sorry, I thought
You want it back?
I just wanted to see, believe I know what they're talking about. No, I know that. So this is the one you want.
Thank you. Who did you say the doctor was, the second one?
Dr. Scott.
Dr.
Charles
Scott, so we don't need to address Dr. Denny, the issues with Dr. Denny right now?
No,
So,
for several reasons, but he's not going to testify today.
okay, so I think the relevant defense motions are, for these next two witnesses, are DMIL 20 21, and 22. Is that correct?
Yes, Your
All right. So I have those motions and I have the state's response. Ms. Basham, ma'am, is there anything that you wanted to add to your written pleading?
Judge, I just wanted to highlight, I mean, most of it is in the written pleading, but I'd like to highlight some things.
Sure.
So I'll start with DMIL 20. Lack of remorse is a non-statutory aggravator and as such it shall not be considered in capital sentencing. And I'll cite Coke v. State 441 Southern 2nd 1073 and Shalito v. State 701 Southern 2nd 837. Obviously, showing a lack of remorse would be overly prejudicial, and it is more prejudicial than probative, besides the fact that it is not allowed. The defense did not open the door to remorse, and I'll address the state's contention about Mr. Steven Schuessler. What Mr. Steven Schuessler said was, he said, speaking of Mr. Cruz, at his plea hearing, I am sorry, I did it because of marijuana. That Steven Schuessler never testified that Nikolas actually was sorry for these particular crimes. So, and then further in the state's response, they list some motions where we list our, took from our notice of mitigating circumstances that we had listed remorse. However, the defense, again, it's our position, we never opened the door, we did not present evidence of remorse, so the state is barred from bringing up lack of remorse. And I think that's it right now, Judge.
What about, so you want me to go one at a time? We'll do DMIL 20 first? Because the state responded.
I'd like to, if I could, Your Honor, I'd like to just say something else for purposes
Sure.
of our response. The lack of remorse is not coming in as an aggravator. The state agrees that the state cannot use lack of remorse as an aggravator. It comes in as rebuttal. And the defense made very clear in their pleadings, which they just filed, Your Honor, and I will read off DMIL 17, DMIL 14, and I think it was DMIL 16, which I put in our response that was filed this morning, that on page 3 of each of them in bullet points, the defense states that they are relying on remorse as a mitigator. Whether or not they intended remorse to come out as a mitigator, Mr. Secor elicited it from Mr. Schuessler during their theatric testimonial exchange. Mr. Schuessler uses the word sorry in regard to what the defendant, how he characterizes the defendant. The word sorry is part of the transcript in this case, and it's part of the state's response. So we have the door opened by Mr. Secor with regard to Mr. Schuessler. We also have it opened by the defense in their own pleadings where they put in black and white in a bullet point filed with this court that they're going to use remorse. I would also direct the court's attention to a case that I did not cite, but I'll read it into the record. Cozzie, C-O-Z-Z-I-E versus State. 225 Southern 3rd, 717, Florida Supreme Court, 2017. Wherein the Florida Supreme Court says that at a penalty phase, where a defendant raises their mental health as a mitigator, the state can rebut that by showing lack of remorse. If it is part of a diagnosis and if it is part of showing that it is not, the diagnosis doesn't stand up. And I would show the court, I'll read into the record, similarly, the state was entitled to have Dr. McLaren explain the factual basis for his diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, a diagnosis that Mr. Cozzie's own expert, Dr. Gold, specifically rejected. Within this context, it was proper for Dr. McLaren to testify that Cozzie satisfied the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality disorder, including demonstrating a lack of remorse, especially since the trial court instructed the state to limit its questioning of Cozzie's lack of remorse to the antisocial personality diagnosis. Clearly, Your Honor, we have here not just expert testimony regarding the defendant's mental health. We have a lay witness who got up here and said in theatrical fashion how the defendant was, recounted how the defendant allegedly was sorry when he entered his plea before this court of October of last year. And we have the pleadings, 3 pleadings filed by the defense where they advise the court and the state that they're relying on remorse. Clearly, they have opened the door. We haven't opened the door. This is all coming in as rebuttal, and we are rebutting their mental health FASD with a diagnosis that he has antisocial personality disorder, just like the Florida Supreme Court allowed in the Cozy case. The state is entitled to bring out remorse, not as an aggravator, but as rebuttal to a mitigator, Your Honor.
Judge, if I may briefly respond?
Sure.
So in our case, different than in Cozy, first of all, we did not have an expert reject an antisocial personality disorder. What we had our expert testify as to what Nikolas has, and that's a medical condition. Also, the pleadings that we file are not evidence. They are not put in front of a jury. And the state can show lack of remorse for other things, but not for this crime. The door has not been opened for them to be able to go through it and talk about something that no evidence was put forth in front of the jury.
And Your Honor, if I may be heard, the drawings that were retrieved from the defendant's cell in May show in the defendant's hands drawings of shooting into a classroom with children seated at a desk. That was in just this May, Your Honor. That evinces lack of remorse. And it also evinces antisocial personality disorder. All of these things come together, Your Honor. You can't just look at them in isolation. It's all part of the state's experts' diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder.
So Judge, I can address, that would be DMIL 21, the jail letters.
Okay, just one second, one thing at a time, please.
Sure.
As far as DMIL 20 goes, state the packet that you've handed me is what you are attempting to put before the jury on this issue?
Well, only as to the jail portion. There is much other testimony from Detective Scott, Dr. Scott, and the other experts of his lack of remorse. So that is part of, as Ms. McCann just argued, is part of antisocial personality. It's one of the criteria, one of the 7 criteria is lack of remorse. So they talk to him. It's not just the jailhouse drawings and letters, but that's part of the remorse. Just their evaluations and what he told them in the evaluation is another part.
Judge, can I just have a moment to confirm with the statute?
Sure. And what am I looking at, 26H? It looks like blood on a wall?
Yes, it's actually blood and feces in the sign of 666 that's in the defendant's cell. That would be part of the deputy's testimony, and then he found the writings after that. .666 is I guess a satanic number associated with the devil, I believe.
Your Honor, if I could also, since you're perusing records there, the defendant also, in the drawings from his cell from just this May, talks about wanting to kill another person. And so that's all in those records as well.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I think that they're arguing both motions together.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that
I'm gonna give you a chance, don't worry. So I understand DMIL 20, I understand the arguments from both sides. And the state has, intertwined their arguments in opposition to DMIL 21. Those are the jail, are those what you're referring to as jail letters?
Yes.
Okay.
We have additional arguments that we'll make about that as well.
Okay. Ms. Basham, do you want to be heard regarding the jail letters?
I do, Judge, but as it pertains to DMIL 20, I just need to put a case on the record,
Sure.
please. So in the Fletcher v. State case 168 7th 3rd 186, which is listed in the DMIL 21 motion, the trial court erred in allowing testimony by state's expert psychologist regarding defendant's lack of remorse as one of the criteria for personality disorder, because it was improper, non-statutory aggravation evidence in a penalty phase of a capital murder trial. And then I can argue whenever you're ready for the jail letter motion.
I'm ready for DMIL 21.
Okay.
That's
So,
the jail letters.
as we have argued multiple times, rebuttal is not an opportunity for the state to present evidence of Mr. Cruz's bad character, or an opportunity for the state to present evidence supporting aggravating factors that they chose not to present in their case in chief. These jail letters are also not relevant to their state's experts' diagnoses, because those diagnoses were made by those experts prior to the jail letters even being found or taken from Mr. Cruz's cell, as Ms. McCann had stated out, which was May 2022. I lay out in my motion deposition transcripts in which each of their experts, Dr. Brannon, Dr. Scott, Dr. Michael Brannon, Dr. Charles Scott, Dr. Robert Denny, Dr. Patricia Zapp, gave their diagnoses prior to these letters ever being found in Mr. Cruz's cell. We contend, again, incorporating all the previous arguments, that they cannot be used for lack of remorse. And obviously these jail letters are overly prejudicial, and according to what Mr. Marcus just said, there will be other evidence coming in as to Mr. Cruz's lack of remorse from their experts. So obviously the probative value of these particular jail letters is greatly diminished because there is less inflammatory evidence to support the expert's diagnoses.
State, do you want to add anything as far as DMIL 21, the jail letters are concerned?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Dr. Brannon testified about these letters in his testimony to the court, in that page 1, or bait stamp 1, and I don't have the copies in front of me, you have my copies, but they talk, that is actually a written threat to kill of a person who he considers his enemy. Dr. Scott and the other doctors would testify that that is evidence, that is revenge, it's evidence showing antisocial personality, thank you, antisocial personality and borderline personality disorder, which are the two main diagnoses of the experts. On page 2, as you can see from the top of that page, he is talking about the next school shooter, whoever it is. And if you look right below that, there's some multiplication where he correctly multiplies 20 times 17 equals 340. The defense is arguing in their mitigation that he has intellectual deficits. And this is admissible for several reasons. As you can see from this document, this is illustrating shooting people at a school. And this is, as it's titled, Next School Shooter. He's still planning to kill. This is very typical of an antisocial personality disorder that he has. It's inconsistent with fetal alcohol syndrome, and that is what our experts will testify to. The next exhibit at page 3, or date stamp 3, this is actually a diagram of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, where he has school, what looks like 1,200 or 1,700. The state would submit that's the 1,200 building on the left side. It says school right on top of it, the road. There's a diagram of him. It says me going through a fence. There's bike racks. This is clearly the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. He also talks about mass shooters. There's a report of a mass shooter. It's clear that this is about a newspaper, or not a newspaper, but a media helicopter that's reporting something about a machine gun, and he corrects them and said it says me, it's a effing long rifle, dumbass, or a sport rifle, which is what the AR-15 is. Our experts would testify that this shows his memory is intact. This is one of the domains that Dr. Connor had talked about, that he has this, all these deficits, and here he's drawing from memory something that occurred over 4 years ago with great specificity. Page 4 of the diagram, of the exhibit, this is the name of the person is supposed to be a person that, well known to participants in this case. I don't necessarily want to say his name out in public, but it's a person that he had gotten in a fight into at the school, and that he wants to kill. And that goes to the page 1 of a written threat to kill. This again is a plan consistent with antisocial personality. Page 5 is again him talking. He calls it his SS Creed, which could mean school shooter, or it could be a reference to the Nazi SS Creed. It's not clear what he intends there, but he talks about his desire to kill, and it's a continuing desire to kill. This is part of antisocial personality. This is in rebuttal to the defense. Page 6 is, again, him killing this young man who he got in a fight with. It's very clear how he wants to kill him. He wants to shoot him. And he had told the doctors, the state doctors that evaluated him, that if he had seen him, he would have killed him on February 14, 2018. Again, this is antisocial personality and rebuts the defense argument. Page 7, or page stamp 7, shows the callousness of the defendant, his indifference to hurting others, his wish for death, this time of the people who are capturing, are guarding him. And of course, Your Honor, it's been admitted into evidence about his attack of a BSO jail guard, and this is several years later after that attack on that jail guard. This again goes to antisocial personality in rebuttal. Page 8 is again about, here you can't be more clear that he hopes there is another mass shooting. He's encouraging the person that I think you could do a good job. This is clearly antisocial personality. As of recent, as of May of 2022, he again uses the 666 symbol. On page 9, this is also an important piece of evidence in rebuttal of the defense case. The defense has cited through Dr. Connor a particular test, visual spatial test called a raised complex drawing, where you have to look at something and then draw it. Dr. Connor it was below 2 standard deviations, and it was a reason, it was one of the domains that he holds out as that he cannot, this demonstrates his visual spatial deficiency. This diagram, if you look at it, he's drawing ammunition with great specificity. He also draws a number of firearms. Now, he is doing this from memory, so it absolutely rebuts his deficiency in visual spatial that our doctor will testify to. Furthermore, again, as to intellectual deficits, he is calculating in this document how much it would cost to commit this mass murder. He is telling how much, $20 for 20 rounds. There's a number of, he has how much a paintball vest would be. He used a paintball vest in this case, which held the magazines. So the defendant had a good idea of how much another school shooting would cost, and so for various reasons, it shows he doesn't have intellectual deficits, he doesn't have visual spatial deficits. This completely and utterly rebuts the defense case of mental health of FASD. The next page, page 10 bait stamp. The defendant talks about how much he likes to cause people harm, pain. I love fucking pain and death, he says. And this goes to his antisocial personality again. Page 11 is another rendition of him killing the person that he considers his enemy again. That would also be antisocial personality. And page 12, the defendant draws swastikas, 666. These are all hate symbols that he is drawing on this, and for the reasons that the other swastikas were admissible, that this behavior continues. This wasn't just when he was in high school wearing a backpack with a swastika. It wasn't just when he was 19 carrying a swastika in his gun and having one on his boot, telling this to the doctors, and it continues to this day. This is part of his behavior. It's antisocial personality. Thank you.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Sure.
Your Honor, first, Mr. Marcus mentioned multiple times that these pages or multiple pages show Mr. Cruz's continuing desire to kill, that he would kill. Future dangerousness is not a consideration allowed in Florida. So anything that does depict what the state deems to say Mr. Cruz wanting to kill again or the continuous desire to kill should be kept out, which includes anything referring to Anea Sabadini. As it pertains to Nikolas's memory, and I believe specifically it was page 3, Mr. Cruz is familiar with the facts of this case and his discovery. He's had multiple conversations with his attorneys. So this isn't from memory, this is from reviewing discovery and knowing the facts of his case as a defendant should. Also, one moment, Your Honor. The defense did not put on any evidence, or we have not argued that Mr. Cruz doesn't meet criteria for antisocial personality disorder, and we are not going to be saying that he doesn't meet that criteria. We are going to be saying a person can have both. So it seems, again, that with other less inflammatory evidence available, that this would be overly prejudicial, the probative value is very minimal, and these jail letters should be kept out. If Your Honor believes they are relevant, then Your Honor would need to do analysis for each page of the 403 prejudicial analysis to ensure that nothing that is overly prejudicial with less probative value is shown to the jury.
I just want to say in very small rebuttal is that we have in no way intend to argue future dangerousness. All of these are, we agree with her argument, it's not admissible in Florida, wouldn't do that. It's only as to establishing antisocial personality and rebutting the defense of FASD.
Okay, what about, I assume these arguments are incorporated, the same arguments are in DMIL? No, these are evaluation video clips of the defendant for Dr. Charles Scott.
Your
Is this
Honor,
something that should be heard now?
Whatever the court's pleasure is, it's separate from the issues that Ms. Basherman has just discussed.
Do you think we'll get to Dr. Scott before lunch?
The next would, yes, he would be very short, the deputy, I believe.
Okay, so Ms. McNeil, whenever you're ready, you're gonna be handling Dr. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm not handling the witness, I'm handling the argument related to the motion.
okay.
So this is defense's motion in limine 22. Judge, this motion was filed, I believe, yesterday, because on Sunday is when we had received the clips that the state intended to show Dr. Scott. These clips are taken from Dr. Scott's 3-day evaluation. So, do you want me to go through them by like 5A, 5B?
Sure.
Okay, so that's on page 2 of the document, the motion, Judge. So as to 5B,
Oh, you mean go through each of your arguments like that, or go through each of the clips?
well, some of the clips we don't have an argument for. So the ones that are listed in 5 are the ones we have arguments for.
Oh, I see. So the clips are A, B.
So
No, you've listed paragraphs A, B, C, but and then you list the clips by 2, 2B, 6B. That's the name of the clip.
that's the name of the clips as designated by the state.
Got it. All right. I understand. So you want to start with A. With your paragraph A states clip 2.
You want to do one at a time, Ms. McNeil? Or?
Yes,
Okay.
5, page 2, Judge, of our motion.
I have it. Okay.
Okay, so A, which is clip number 2.
Okay.
You following me?
Yes.
We're not using it.
Okay, and that takes care of that. And then 2B,
Okay.
I'm just gonna, I don't know if the court has had an opportunity to review the clips. We sent them to you last night. I don't know if you had a chance to look at them,
I
but
have it.
this clip, and please jump in, Mr. Sachs, if I'm not including something that's
Sure.
related to your argument. Dr. Scott is speaking to Mr. Cruz about a psychology class that he took at OCLC, which is like an off-campus learning center. He asked some questions
About a class that the defendant took or the doctor took?
the defendant took, that Mr. Cruz took.
Okay.
And then there is an exchange, a conversation about an experiment where inmates become guards and guards become inmates. And Nikolas makes some references during that exchange. It's 1 minute and 1 second. The defense doesn't see any relevance to this. So our argument would be on 2B would be relevance to mitigate an aggravator or to rebut a mitigator or to diminish the weight of a mitigator. So 2B, our argument would be relevance.
Okay, why don't we have the state respond for each one? It would be
That's
easier
fine.
for me to do it that way, please.
Yeah, I think it'd be easier for all of us to do. For 2B, we want to introduce this for, it shows intellect, the argument against intellectual deficits. As Ms. McNeil pointed out, It was a study, the defendant brings it up about jail guards becoming inmates and inmates becoming jail guards and the relationship. And it also defeats any argument of suggestibility that was argued by defense experts.
Okay?
So, Judge, we don't believe that this rebuts the mitigator of any intellectual deficit because it's a 1-minute clip. It's not the entirety of the video. There's 3 days, so I think it's 3 separate videos. So as it stands in and of itself, it's not relevant. It doesn't illustrate that point.
Okay.
Do you want to rule as you go, or do you just want to?
No, I want to hear them all, and then I'm going to take a few minutes to review it, and then I'll roll, okay?
So now I'm on C, which is the state's 6B.
Okay?
They're having some conversation about some services that Nikolas received from Henderson. And then there's conversations about chess and whether or not Nikolas knows how to play chess. And then Dr. Scott asks him about the chess pieces and has him name the pieces. And then he has him also indicate what moves a certain piece can make. Okay, so so we don't see the relevancy to whether or not Nikolas can play chess, and whether or not he knows how the pieces move. In fact, some of the moves that he references are actually incorrect. Nikolas doesn't indicate when he played chess or if he took the class. He just says he's not very good at it.
State?
No,
6.
I thought the argument was a rule of completeness.
Okay, Judge, then I'll add that.
Well, you don't have to. I mean, that's your argument.
Well, I don't know what your position is and why you want to move it in.
Okay. The fact that he plays chess, in our expert's opinion, and it's hard, for me to just repeat, what all the expert's going to say, but basically he's going to say, someone who has the ability to play chess and the movement of the pieces, deals with someone's intellectual ability and their ability to plan. So that's why the expert, as Ms. McNeil said, it was 3 days of evaluation. He felt that this was relevant to the defendant's intellectual ability.
So then, based on that, Judge, may I add my completeness argument?
Sure.
So what is not included in this clip and what the defense would request be included in that clip, if the court believes that this is in fact admissible, is that the clip is cut off. And the part that is cut off is that he discusses how bad he is at chess, and then he goes on to say that he plays chess with Dr. K, who is either the psychologist or psychiatrist in the jail, and they've been playing chess for 4.5 years since he's been in jail, which could be responses to why he knows the pieces. And he also goes on to say that he always loses to Dr. K. So if the court is inclined to allow the state to make arguments for that part of the clip as to intellectual deficits, then we would ask, under the rule of completeness, that they include the conversation afterwards, which shows Nikolas's limitations as to chess. And I can give you...
I don't have any objection to that.
I don't have the number.
He's saying he doesn't have an objection. You don't have an objection to including the last portion of that clip?
When we saw Ms. McNeil's objection, we added to it, and she's welcome to look at that to see if it includes her.
So they've added the part about him saying he's not good at chess and that he's been playing with the jail psychologist. So your rule of completeness, I think objection is moot, and I'm going to overrule your relevance argument. I believe it is relevant as it goes to rebuts his intellectual deficits as argued by the state.
Okay, Judge. Then I'll just, when we get a break, if I can just have an opportunity to review the clip, the additions that they made.
Okay, how about number 7?
So this has to do, Judge, with conversations that Dr. Scott had with Nikolas about animals, and animals that he would kill or him and his brother would kill, which includes like taking a rock and breaking a lizard's back. He talks about skinning lizards and setting them on fire. He also talks about taking bird eggs out of a nest. So our argument for this clip, Judge, is one that is cumulative because there's other comments about animal killing that the state is seeking to introduce, which would be H on this list, Judge, number 9. And also, Nikolas also indicates that he kills toads. So under the rule of completeness, we would ask that the portion of the video where Dr. Scott has a conversation with Nick about killing toads also include the reason why Nikolas kills toads. Nikolas kills toads because these are these big poisonous toads, and they're all over Parkland apparently, because if a dog licks the toad or eats the toad, it kills the dog. So that's the reason why Nikolas kills toads. So under the rule of completeness, we would argue that if we're going to indicate, if the state is going to put into evidence a clip where it talks about Nikolas killing toads and other animals, that we include the reason why Nikolas kills toads. And it's also cumulative to some of the other clips.
State?
We're not going to use 9.
So no to 9?
No 9, so that takes away, cumulative. But Dr. Scott, and I would think Dr. Denny too, with their diagnostic scheme of conduct disorder, killing animals, lizards, bird eggs, setting them on fire, a little bit different than, killing toads who may have killed your dog. So he needed that, they needed that for their diagnosis of conduct disorder. I don't know if toads is in, I don't remember.
The toad thing I've heard. It must have
but I
come
don't
out.
know if it's in this particular clip. Maybe Ms. McNeil.
You may be right, because I think it's in 7C.
Okay.
So we would argue that,
We're not using 7C,
okay?
so that would be my argument, Your Honor, with 7.
All right, 7. The defense objection is overruled. Certainly, if you want to cross-examine the witness on things that you believe the state left out, you may do so. But as far as it being admissible in the state's direct, I'm going to overrule your objection.
Okay.
Mr. Sachs, do you know of any other of these numbers that you're not using, so we can maybe?
Yes, I was just waiting for Mr. McNeil so we could just do it in order, but I'm happy to do that. 7C we're not using.
7.
And 9
Okay.
we're not using.
Okay.
10B we're not using. 12B we're not using. 18B we're not using. I think that's it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say 12B before?
18B, 12B.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so let's start back with 8B, please.
So briefly, Judge, 8B, there's a conversation between Mr. Cruz and Dr. Scott about Nikolas's thoughts of shooting up the school for a very long time, indicating that he started reading books at 13 or 14, how he would go on YouTube and he would search violent video games and he would watch documentaries, and if my memory serves me right, I think that's like Columbine and Virginia Tech. So as to 8B, it's the defense's position that Nikolas's searches on YouTube and other social media platforms has already been testified to, is already in evidence, so it's cumulative. Also, it's just restating aggravation in the sense that Nikolas's planning for the tragedy that we're here for today began years and years before. So the state has already had an opportunity to put forth evidence of CCP, and rebuttal is not the time for them to bolster that argument or to introduce additional evidence in support of that aggravator.
Okay, our expert feels it's necessary for his opinion because it deals with planning and problem solving. That he first thought about shooting up a school when he was 14 or 13. He read books about it, read books about the Syrian War, which is another thing for intellectual ability, watched videos and documentaries, and it's something that Dr. Scott and I don't know about Dr. Denny, felt was relevant to his evaluation as to planning and problem solving.
So it rebuts the test, there was testimony that part of the alcohol disorder, I don't remember the name of it, I'm sorry, that he has prevents him from planning and problem solving.
Right. It's under executive function, yes.
Okay, so 8B,
Well, Judge, may I
go ahead,
interrupt?
sure.
It's not the defense's position that fetal alcohol spectrum disorder prevents somebody from having executive functioning, or it prevents them from having the ability to plan or problem solve. It impairs. They may become deficient in particular areas relating to those domains. So that's the only other thing.
Well, if I remember correctly, though, your doctor said that that's like the key
Hallmark.
symptom of this particular disorder. In other words, it's like the key, I don't know how to say it other than symptom of this disorder. So,
Are you referring to Dr. Jones, John? Or
I
Dr.
think
Cotter?
both of those experts said it was like the main component to the disorder was inability to plan and problem solve.
So, I don't believe, and I could be wrong, that they said that it prevents somebody from problem solving and planning. Being brain damaged impairs your ability to do that. And as Dr. Jones and Dr. Connor both stated, there are multiple domains, and in order to be diagnosed with one of the fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, you have to have a certain amount of them. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to have all 10. I believe Dr. Connors, based on the guidelines that he uses, there has to be 2 impairments in domain, and then Dr. Jones says it's 3 impairments in those domains. So we would also just reiterate that planning goes to CCP, cold calculated and premeditated, and that the opportunity to support that aggravator should have been done in their case in chief.
Okay, the objection to 8B is overruled. Let's move on to 8C, please.
Just a moment, please.
Sure.
So these are additional searches that Mr. Cruz did, ways to do school shootings. He researched and studied mass shooters. He learned details about the Columbine shooters and the type of guns that they used. He also talked about the James Holmes shooting. So we would argue that if he's in fact searching all of this stuff for the purpose that the state will be introducing this for, that it only would be establishing CCP, cold calculated and premeditated. As the court is aware, rebuttal is to rebut a mitigator or to minimize the weight of a mitigator, and the state is using this as an opportunity to further support their aggravator of CCP.
In our response, Your Honor, this is the executive functioning, that he was doing his own research, to how to do this.
And this is different than 8C, shows different types of executive functioning than 8B, allegedly, or the state's
Right.
position is that it shows different, it's different than 8B.
It is.
Do you agree, Ms. McNeil, at least that it's different than 8B in the subject matter?
Well, if Mr. Sachs is saying that this deals with executive functioning, if they want to introduce it to show that Mr. Cruz is not impaired in that domain, that's the argument that they just used for 8B.
Right.
So I would argue if the court is going to allow either 8B or 8C, that it would also be cumulative in addition to the other arguments that
Your Honor, and my response is, the first one, 8B, was dealing with what, in doing this at the age 13 and 14. 8C has been doing it, prior to the shooting. And they both, we can't be limited if we can show executive functioning by a lot of different things. We can't be limited to one. Oh, they can prove executive functioning by this. They can't prove executive function by that. That wouldn't make any sense. I mean, they both support one another in the sense that his executive functioning, his planning, and his problem solving.
Okay, as long as 8B and 8C show different topics and different things that the defendant did or said, I am going to overrule the objection to 8C. Okay, and
So can I ask the court if I don't know when the state intends to introduce this in Dr. Scott's testimony, but if there's any way that the court could look at 8B and 8C during the break so that you can make that determination, not just based on what I believe it is or what the state believes it is. They're very short clips.
We can do that.
can you call Dr. Scott after lunch?
Yeah, sure.
That would actually help me out because I have another hearing that I have reset many times at, I think 11:45. So,
Yeah.
okay. So then I'll do that at lunch, all right, Ms. McNeil?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
All right, 9B.
9B.
No, B as in boy, right?
9B, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought you said D as in dog.
So, Judge, this is conversations that Mr. Cruz is having with Dr. Scott about the plan, what he's doing directly, probably the night before the incident. Where Nikolas says he already has the ammo, he didn't have to buy anything, he already had the vest, he had the bag to put the gun in, he practiced in the backyard of the Sneeds, and then he talks a lot about the gun and things that were put on the gun. So it's our
You know what, I'm
argument.
sorry, excuse me just a moment. I think it's better, it's almost 11:30. I'm thinking I should let the jury go to lunch. I know that we only had not very much 3 or 4 witnesses. Let them go to lunch and come back at 1. I can hear the rest of this argument, then I can do my other hearing. Rather than, because this is gonna probably be another 15 minutes, don't you think?
Yes.
So we're gonna be almost at 12.
It's fine with me.
Does that suit everyone? Okay, would you please let the jurors know they're excused to go to lunch and to please be back at 1 o'clock?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry for
That's
interrupting.
okay. So 9B, so basically, Dr. Scott is speaking to Nikolas about everything that he did the day before in preparation for this tragedy. So it's the defense's position that admission of this particular clip would just be restating aggravation, including specifically cold calculated and premeditated.
Okay,
And Your Honor, this is probably one of the most important ones because it shows planning, that how he got the ammo, the vest, that he was looking for a bag, he calls it a safety bag, and he points out a bag in the room, says just like that bag, that he went in the backyard and was practicing with his gun, was anticipating the recoil of the gun, and was practicing the sighting in, and was describing the gun, the rail system, that the sling was put on before, that he had already modified the gun. He didn't do it, that night before, and it wasn't done for, this particular reason or that particular reason. And explains how the gun operates and how you sight it in. It's executive functioning. I mean, it's really critical, and not only for executive functioning, is planning.
okay. I'm going, if you all are gonna have me over lunch review these clips, did you send it, you said you emailed them to me?
Last night, yes, there's like a link
Okay, where I can.
with
read
all the
them?
motions, and then what you want to do is go to like 9B. Those are the designations.
Let me just make sure. Okay, so I see there's 7 attachments.
And then there should be a link in the body of the email.
link to video clips. Let me just make sure. Nicole forwarded it to me, so I didn't see it. I see it now. And then it'll say, how do I know? Oh, I see. It says like 10, 10B, 11, 11B.
Yes, that's the designation that
Okay,
the state gave
I'm
us.
happy to review those over lunch, so I'll go ahead and hear the rest of the arguments, and then, I'll finalize my rulings after the lunch break.
We can, put it on a thumb drive, including the new ones.
There's more than one new one?
There's one new one. What? Yeah, just one?
Did you get the new ones?
I got one last time.
I'm sorry, on the record?
There's two new ones.
Okay, that's fine then, and then we'll look at it.
Sure.
Judge, so, for 9B, Mr. Satch just indicated that it's necessary, to show planning. That's cold, calculated, and premeditated, and this should not, rebuttal is not an opportunity for the state to bolster their aggravation. And also it would be cumulative to 8B and 8C, where the state says that this is also, those clips are also gonna be used to show planning.
Okay, let's move on to 10.
10, this has to do with a conversation between Nick and Dr. Scott about how long it took him to get to the McDonald's, how he didn't get any food, how he talked to a kid, how Nick asked for a ride. The defense does not believe that this is relevant to rebut any mitigator or to minimize the weight of a mitigator. Also, if the court recalls, when Nick was at McDonald's, he has a conversation with John Wilford, whose sister was in the building.
I remember.
So there has been testimony about what happened at that McDonald's and the interaction between Nicholas and Mr. Wilford. So we would say that it's cumulative to testimony that has already been put forth before the jury.
Okay, state.
Okay, yes, thank you, Ron. It shows estimates. In this clip, he estimates how far McDonald's is, and from Walmart to McDonald's. It also shows lack of remorse because he's recalling to Dr. Scott that he's talking to John Wilford, and he said, John Wilford's sister was killed. That's such a sad story. In other words, he's saying he's talking to the brother of one of the victims. I mean, she wasn't killed, she was just wounded. He's recalling the conversation, so it goes to the memory domain, about memory.
Just briefly, Judge, in reference to Mr. Satz's argument about remorse, I would just incorporate all the arguments that Ms. Bashman has made in reference to that MIL 20, and also in terms of Nicholas's ability to recall the conversation that he had with John Wilford. He heard that in this courtroom.
Okay.
K, you're agreeing to. L, Judge, this is a Nick and Dr.
This is
Scott.
11B.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Talk about what Nick did the night before at the Sneeds in their backyard for 30 minutes, how he used his shirt to disguise himself. We would argue that the information relating to what he did the night before is already being included in planning, which we are not conceding that the state should be allowed to show that, but that would be cumulative to 8B, 8C, and 9B. And also, the ROTC shirt, what Nicholas was wearing has been described by other witnesses. There's photographs that have been introduced at his time of arrest that shows what he is wearing, and I believe the state is going to say that he wore that shirt so that he could disguise himself as he exited the school, and that it was in fact a Wednesday where junior ROTC wore uniforms. This would just be used to bolster the CCP aggravator.
This 11B talks about the ROTC shirt.
Yes, and how he wore it to disguise himself.
Okay. State.
Yeah, well, it shows planning, problem solving, executive function. This is coming from the defendant. It's just not a haphazard wearing the ROTC shirt. He planned it and used it, and his words, disguise. That's his word in the clip, disguise.
Okay.
And we would just say that that bolsters CCP. 13 is conversations about
Wait,
things.
13? I don't have 13. The next one that I have is 12B, which the state is not showing,
Right.
18B, which the state is withdrawing, and then the next one would be 20.
Thank you.
I'm going off your motion though, maybe.
No, you're right. I have all of them in there, and there's some that we're not making argument.
Okay, 20.
20 is a 6-second clip.
Excuse me, it was edited, maybe we should look at it.
Okay,
20 and 21 are together now.
so can we do that, and then if there's any issues?
Sure.
So that brings us to 22. Okay, so this is conversations that Dr. Scott is having with Nick about the.
Excuse me, Ms. McNeil.
Yes, sir.
You can argue that, but it's not on your list.
Which one?
You said 22.
Judge, I'd like to add that one then, I apologize.
Okay.
Number 22, thank you, Mr. Satz.
No problem.
This is a conversation that relates to Nikolas shooting Peter Wang. He says, describes what he observed on the 3rd floor after he shot up Peter Wang. He says it's very nasty and very sad to see, and that there was blood pouring out of his head. Judge, the only relevance that this would have would be to bolster the state's argument of hack, heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and that's not the purpose of rebuttal.
Your Honor, this is for memory. He saw 2 girls and shot them. Thought they would scream, but he just saw blood pouring out of them, and it was nasty and sad to see. I mean, this shows memory of, specifics, not just he shot these 2 girls, but what happened.
Okay.
So, Mr. Satz, I believe that's 23. The 23 is the girls, and Peter Wang is 22. But I'm sure it's the same argument, just for the purposes of the record.
Yes, it's the same argument. Go ahead, you want to argue that?
And for the 23, which is the video with the girls,
Okay,
the
that's
conversation about
not
that?
listed on your motion either. Are you adding that one also?
Yes, please.
Sure.
It's the same argument, relevance, that the admission of that clip would only be used to show heinous, atrocious, and cruel. The video, that particular video involving the girls, I believe that he's referring to what happened on the 3rd floor. And Mr. Cruz has seen that video multiple times. It's been played in court, so it doesn't go to memory.
So, you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in 23, he says, he was going to show these 2 girls mercy, but they gave him a nasty look, so he shot them. I thought they were going to run, but they didn't, and they gave me a dirty look, and that's why I shot them. So again, it shows memory. He's just not in some haze. He remembers all kinds of details of what happened on the day of February the 14th, 2018. Memories intact.
Okay.
I don't have any other argument on that.
Okay.
And then we're almost done.
24.
Last person that he shot was Peter Wang. His head blew up like a water balloon.
I thought this was 20.
24.
24. Improper rebuttal and relevance here are arguments for that, Judge.
I thought 22 was a conversation about Peter Wang.
It is. It's cumulative. We would argue that 22 and 24 are cumulative. And we would argue the same argument that we did in 22, which would be, it would just be to bolster act.
So again, this shows his memory is intact. He didn't panic, and it rebuts FASD. It says Peter Wang, he watched his head blow up like a water balloon.
And it's just the defense's position, as it was in 22, that this doesn't rebut any mitigator.
Okay.
And then the last one is, let me make sure my motion has it, 226. This is a conversation where Nikolas is talking about the young woman that he shot and killed in the stairwell. And it also talks about Mr. Hickson, the security guard in the hallway, that he gave him a dirty look, so he shot him in the head. It also says that Peter Wang gave him a dirty look. This isn't relevant to anything else other than to bolster Hack. All of these killings were shown to Mr. Cruz multiple times in the courtroom, so it also does not go to memory. So I don't have anything else on that.
Okay.
This goes to, directly to antisocial personality disorder. It's callous indifference to the feelings of others. Girl in the stairwell, she was crawling. I shot her in the back twice. I saw she was injured. She had her leg, she couldn't move. The security guard gave him a nasty look, so I shot him in the head. So it shows callous indifference and to the feelings of others, which is an element of antisocial personality disorder.
And most of the things that Mr. Satz just indicated that he believes supports antisocial personality disorder are also things that are in the jury instructions under heinous, atrocious, and cruel.
Okay.
And then S is 30, yes, is a conversation that Dr. Scott is having with Nikolas about the conversation that Nikolas had with the Uber driver. That witness testified. I don't know what would be relevant to in terms of rebutting a mitigator or reducing the weight of a mitigator. And it's also cumulative because that witness testified about what happened when she was in the vehicle with Mr. Cruz from the time she picked him up until the time she dropped him off at the school.
The only difference is this is the defendant telling the doctor what happened. And it's multitasking and planning. And as the court mentioned, Dr. Jones said the hallmark of ANHD, FASD, but he used the ANRD, but it's, Ms. McNeil's right, it's under the umbrella, it's ARND. The hallmark of that, and FASD, is the inability to plan. And here he is telling the Uber driver, he's thinking, what she thinks I have in this bag, I better tell her. She didn't ask what's in the bag. He says, oh, these are musical instruments. I'm going to music class. I mean, that shows intuition, planning, multitasking, anticipation.
So the defense would just argue that the jury heard the testimony from that witness who was engaged in that conversation, so it would be cumulative. Also, as it regards to planning, that would go to CCP, and there has been no testimony from any defense expert that individuals under the umbrella of FASD have an inability to plan. It is an impairment or a deficit in a particular domain. In this case, executive functioning would be the one for planning, but it's not that he doesn't have the ability to plan. His planning is impaired as any other individual that would have FASD and have a deficit in that particular domain. And then that's it in this motion, and I think the states have had a couple more clips. I think we'll get them now. And they're going to put the other ones on a jump drive, so you won't need to use our link. You can use the jump drive that has the other ones.
Okay. We're in recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
to us, I know it's a couple weeks ago.
About Friday,
Yeah,
and I was gonna suggest, that we just,
That's fine, we're good.
I didn't wanna make an announcement about that, because it's a sensitive nature, and when I say next Friday, there's no sense in coming here at 1:30 if we might not be able to start till 3 or 3:30. Does that make sense? I'm trying to be vague because of personal issues.
expert that we're putting on today, if he's not finished, then we'll probably stay here, maybe Thursday. But I don't know about bringing that other expert in. We can bring him next week.
Sure. Do you want me to? I think that if the Broward County schools are closed, I know then the private schools go based up off the public schools, and I'm pretty sure when all the schools are closed, the courthouse closes because people can't. They have nowhere to, nothing to do with their children.
And as of 11 a.m., the Hurricane Center put parts of South Florida under a tropical
Okay.
watch and other parts of the South of warning.
Okay, so let me see. Let me see if Judge Tudor. Hopefully, and it is better if we close and there's no rain. Let's hope for that scenario and not this second option. All right, thank you. Okay, the lawyer. And I'll start with the drawings from the jail. Okay, after reviewing the drawings as well as the arguments of counsel, I do find that the drawings are all admissible as rebuttal evidence, except the drawings that are stamped 4, 6, and 11, to me, appear to be the same thing. If you all want to take a look. And so my ruling is going to be that the state can choose one of the 3, but not all 3, because they all show the individual that you didn't want to name on the record.
Right.
Unless you can show me something, they all depict that individual being shot and put his name on with the name. With various swastika symbols and anyway, here's the 3 if you all want to look at those. I don't see a difference between the 3. I don't think all 3, I think the 3 of them would be cumulative and overly prejudicial. Were all of the drawings marked as a composite exhibit 26L? I only see one sticker.
Oh, no, I think that's just a photo. I think, is that on the photo?
26H is the photo of
Okay.
the wall. And then 26L is on the last. Do you guys want to come up and look? Because it's hard to. The 3 that I find are cumulative or overly prejudicial, the state has, I said they need to limit it to 1.
Just for the record, we'll do the one that's being stated 6.
Okay, do you want to sit number 6? So, in light of my ruling, the numbers won't be in order. Does that matter? I don't know if you want to renumber them at the top.
I don't think we can. Right?
Or you could white it out, write the number on top, and then make a photocopy of it. No?
I don't think it's that important.
Okay.
We'll just go.
Relates to the video clips I've carefully reviewed each of them, and I do find that each video is relevant to planning, memory, executive functioning, that it directly rebuts the defense expert testimony. Some of the video clips go to a lack of remorse, which plays into the antisocial personality disorder, which I believe under COSI is admissible. So again, the clips that I deferred on, I am overruling the defense objection and finding that they are admissible as rebuttal evidence.
So Judge, just so I make sure I understand.
Sure.
Other than the ones that the state is taking out, all of them are coming in?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And as to the ones I reviewed, is it necessary for me to comment on those, other than the objections that I already made? Could you combine two?
Yeah, did you see the ones we combined?
Yes.
Okay.
So I heard the arguments on the ones, wait a minute, no, you're right, there's ones that, where they combined 20 and 21, you didn't make an argument on that because they were combining them and then you all were gonna let me know. I did review them independently of, myself, and I do find that they're relevant and admissible, but certainly you can make an argument.
So obviously our initial argument was completeness, and since the state has incorporated and expanded 20 and 21, that issue is no longer right. And other than that, we would just argue, I don't have an argument, Judge, I'm withdrawing the argument.
Okay, so the objection to 20 and 21 having been withdrawn, that's also a moot issue.
Can I just ask, I'm sorry, because we weren't keeping the notes.
I can't hear you.
I don't know I don't have on my list which ones you withdrew voluntarily, so can you just
I'll read it
to me again? Thank you.
2 was withdrawn by the state, so it's moot. 7C was withdrawn by the state, so it's moot. 9 was withdrawn by the state. 10B was withdrawn by the state. 12B and 18B were both withdrawn by the state. 20 and 21, the objection was withdrawn by the defense.
Judge, can I print something real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Judge, do you have a ruling on MIL 20, which is lack of remorse?
Okay, yes. DMIL 20, motion to prohibit rebuttal evidence of lack of remorse in the limited way that the state has indicated that they are going to present evidence that falls within this category. I'm going to deny the motion and limine. I do find that the lack of remorse pertains to antisocial personality disorder, which rebuts the mental health diagnosis or the defense expert testimony, which was part of mitigation. Also, that the door was opened by the gentleman who indicated that at the defendant's plea, that he was sorry, and smoking marijuana. I don't remember the man's name.
Mr. Schussler.
Mr. Schussler, the gentleman who skipped around the courtroom.
Your Honor, I'd like to address one thing before the next witness comes up for purposes of efficiency.
Okay,
So the defense is looking to admit another page of those jail letters.
okay,
If I could approach the state so they can see it very quickly.
sure.
Yes, we did, yes.
You may?
So, Your Honor, this is another page from the jail letters that we are seeking to admit.
Ms. Basham, we're not going to object.
Oh, well, wonderful. They're not touching. That's the unit.
Are both sides ready to bring in the jury?
I just want, can I step out?
Sure.
And tell our witness what the rules are?
Sure. Ms. Basham, are you doing the witnesses this afternoon?
I am, Your Honor. I'm not both of them. I'm sorry, I'm doing the first one.
Okay,
It's courtesy.
okay. I heard your office is closing early.
At 2
Yeah.
p.m.
What is the reason? Because I think it's gonna be too
So that people
dangerous.
can get prepared, I guess, for, because I think when we, I mean, it could just be me, I don't really pay enough attention to this kind of stuff, but when we came in this morning, I thought, everybody thought it was just gonna be fine and rainy, and then something shifted, and now it's a little bit more.
Well, the
serious.
county hasn't made a decision yet. That's the reason I'm asking. Is there
Yeah.
something that, that I didn't know?
I was just thinking in case people didn't really plan for it.
No, wait. Please. He's just sat and talking to his father. Wait. No, wait, that's C minus. She doesn't accept it.
There's a C word.
Just make a suggestion that maybe we ask when the jurors come in, like, make sure that they're all okay being here, that they're gonna be able to pay attention, and they're gonna be, they don't have, like, kids to pick up, or just to know if.
The schools are not closed until tomorrow.
No, I know.
They'll tell Charlene if they have a problem. They always do.
Okay,
So I don't wanna
okay.
open Pandora's box. I'm sure they're fine. They're very good, reasonable with scheduling and things, but I'm sure that they will ask. Nicole called them all over the weekend, just so you all know, and gave them that emergency number for the county where you can call and find out if there's closures and things. So and that number is, there's a message that's updated regularly. I don't know if that's court administration or if that's for the whole county. Do you know? You don't know about it?
No, we get something, but I don't know if it's from that.
It's an 831 number. That's like I can give it to you all later if you want it. And you can call and they update, if there's a message and it updates the information.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
You guys are answering?
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. State when you're ready. You may call your next witness.
Deputy Marca Bouchot.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You can be seated. And when you're seated, please state your full name and spell your last name.
First name is going to be Jean, Jean. Last name is going to be Marc Capuchon, Marque -Puche.
Okay, sir, would you please, the microphone, that's the stationary microphone, if you would speak into that so that we can hear you a little bit better. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
No, not really.
Okay, go ahead.
Deputy, where do you work?
I'm currently with the Borough Sheriff's Office, and I work for the Baker Act unit.
And back in May 8th of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the ERT. I was working at Fort Delta, the main jail, and my assignment that day was to stay and watch Mr. Cruz.
The defendant in this case?
Correct.
And as part of those duties on May 8th of 2022, did you have occasion to go into his cell?
Correct. Around 10:30, I did a cell inspection. At this time, I asked Mr. Cruz to step outside his room. I conducted a cell inspection to make sure he doesn't have any contraband. And when I entered the room, he had a commissary bag, which is a commissary bag is where they put all his clothes, all the things that he can order. Is a clear bag. And on top of the bag, it was a drawing, a red drawing. So I called Mr. Cruz back in the room because they're not supposed to have any kind of red pen, anything like this. So the red drawing caught my attention. So I asked him how he did the drawing, and he told me that he used some kind of candy, I think called atomic something. It's a red candy that you can put in the water, and with this he did the drawing. So because of the drawing, I noticed the drawing. I went back, I kept searching. I went inside his bag, and inside his bag I find some letter that he wrote. And
Okay, so a cell inspection, is that a normal part of your duties to maintain the safety of the jail?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you some items. Did you recover a number of papers from his that bag?
Correct. I
Okay.
recovered like 30 pages.
Okay. I'm going to show you, I believe it's 10 pages.
10 pages.
Showing you State's Exhibit 26L for identification, and asks you if you recognize those pages.
Yes, sir. Those are the pages I recover.
All right, and are they in the same condition now, I'll do a photocopy of them as when you first received them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, except there may be a number, a base stamp on top of it?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move 26L for identification into evidence, previously been shown to the defendant.
Thank you. Defense?
Yes, Judge, we just maintain our previous objections in DMIL 21.
Okay. Over the defense objection, State's Composite Exhibit 26L will be received as 494.
Just so the record is clear, do you see the person whose cell that was in the courtroom?
Mr. Cruz? Yes.
Can you just point out to him?
He's wearing a blue shirt.
Madam Court Reporter, may the record please reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Did you go to the, is there a toilet in his cell?
Correct. Yes. He's gonna be across his bed.
All right, and did you see anything over there that was unusual to you?
Correct. While I'm still, after recovering those papers, I turned around and I noticed some drawing on the wall. It looked like, I noticed some drawing on the wall. It looked like blood. And I asked Mr. Cruz how he did it.
And what was it a drawing of?
It was a stone, 5-point stone that I can recall, and 3 number 6.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 26H for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is that a picture of?
Number 6 and the 5-point stone, drawn blood.
Is there more than one 6?
It's 3-6 on the left side and 3-6 on the right side that I can see, and the star at the bottom.
And does that truly and accurately reflect what you observed on that wall near the toilet?
Correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Or the state would offer 26H for identification to evidence?
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. State 26H will be received without objection as 495.
Now showing you in the jury 495 in evidence. Is this what was next to the toilet?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever seen anything like that in his cell like this before?
Not that I can recall.
Now, it's showing you State's Exhibit 494. There's a number of pages. And I'm going to ask you, to the best that you can, to read it, but the jury will be able to see it and can read along with you.
Do you want me to write the whole thing?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, the beginning is that the name, to Elon, Shada, Nancy, I apologize. That's what it looks like. Oh, Elaine, I do so fucking hate you. I hope you fucking die a hellish death. You motherfucker. You fucking sexually humiliated me on fucking Instagram, you punk ass pussy. I want you to fucking know I will find you. I will find a way to fucking kill you. I even hire people to do the fucking job if I know where you live. I know how you operate, and I will attack you and you fucking sleep when I'm dead. I can't read this, I don't know. I curse you and your worthless family. You're the main fucking reason why I shot up Stoneman Douglas. The blood is not only on my hands, but yours as well. You're nothing but a worthless... I can't read that. You fucking manhole. And then after that, there's a drawing of, he's saying me, shooting something, me and you. And that's everything on the down.
Okay, thank you. The second page, I'm just gonna allow the jury to look at this, but can you read what it says on the top?
The top is the next school shooter, whoever there is. Yeah, whoever there is. And then after that, he's showing some Glock 21, 9mm, 20 mags, 12 round. Then his account, 20, 140, 340 round. And then there's drawings, how a drawing, I guess, is going in the classroom, I guess killing the teacher first. You look like a teacher. Yeah, teacher conceal carry. That's what he's writing. So I guess he's shooting the teacher first. And then the drawing underneath is him shooting the classroom. 6+6 or 12, 666. And then underneath there is, oh shit, he's fucking crazy. Yeah, he's a kid. I guess he's a kid, and he's a drawing of the. I apologize. A drawing on the ground, and whoever is on the ground is stating, "Oh shit, he's fucking crazy. He's fucking crazy."
Okay, thank you. And now the third page.
Do you want me to read it?
If you can.
The first page looked like a map. I don't know what it is. It's a map. Oh, I guess it's a school. Yeah, it's school. So the first page is, can you take it down for me, please?
Down.
Yeah, down. Okay. There we go. It's a fucking long rifle, dumbass. Or shooting rifle, sporting rifle. Then after that, I guess is Peterson. He say, "Oh fuck," and is a school with a bike ride, where I guess you can put the bike. He's showing the road, and then after that, he's showing it's just a code red. Let me see on top. Can you put it down on me?
Sorry.
Yeah, on thanks. Just being a code red. Report of a school mass shooting, machine gun, and then there's an helicopter on the side. Can you put it down for me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. And then is a 666 at the bottom left. And I guess is another, like the other picture you show me, you look like somebody's on the ground saying the same thing. Help, help, he's crazy. He's fucking crazy.
Okay, thank you. Can you read that, please?
Yeah. I'm a ghost. I'm a horrible ghost, a ghost of death. I have done things and seen things that you can possibly imagine. I wish to destroy your lives because I have been outcast to your fucking society. And I wish for my brothers and sisters of blood and death to kill your children. I ask for mass murder and terrorists to destroy this fucking country and spray evil and destruction throughout this reckoning world. May you humans die I apologize, I can't read that. May ecosystem be destroyed and poisoned. I say this to you because Lucifer is my only God. And this is 666 with the 5-point star again and Hail Lucifer.
You can just let the jury look at this. It's the next page for the record.
Dear BSO, I hate you so much, so that I pray that you all die a horrible death to my demon loan. I hope you all know I fucking hate you all. And he's the 5-point star with the 666, 11, 11, 11.
Are all the employees of the jail BSO?
Yes, sir.
Next page.
I hate everyone, everything, and anyone I knew wanted to be alive. I hope never to. I hope never wake up. My life is painful, always will. I just want to sleep and never wake up. I do not want to be bothered by anyone or anything. I could wait to die. Blood, blood. I only want to see blood still throughout the state. I do not believe in, I think it's bad, other than the devil. I just hope there's another mass shooting. Yeah, that's what he say. I just hope there is another mass shooting. I think you can do it. Just be smart, lay low, and plan accordingly. Think of the and you will things of the and you will be all right. Just remember, life is no better unless you kill everyone. And then to kill yourself, because life will be tough to you if you don't. They will humiliate you and torment you until you break. 666. I apologize. His handwriting is a little. I apologize.
I appreciate your efforts, and the jury can see it and decide for themselves. Can you describe what is in this page?
This page looked to me like it's is drawing magazine, rounds of magazine and calibered magazine, like a 445, a 223, a 36, a 9mm, a military buckshot.
Do you mean ammunition?
Correct, that's the ammunition that he's drawing right now. And then on top is $20 for 20 round, also for 150 round. So it's 150 and plus 150 is $300. So it looks like number to me. It's just number. It's calculated, I guess, how much the ammunition is. So it's $1,385 plus $125. He's also saying that you need duct tape put together. I think he's putting the magazine. He's saying that both magazine, you got to duct tape the magazine. That's all they, I guess the exchange will be much faster. When one magazine stops, you can reload with the other one if they duct taped. Slingshot. Smith & Wesson, that's a weapon that he wants to use. I mean, I'm drawing. I apologize. I was trying. Then there is a shotgun at the bottom. There is a sniper rifle at the bottom. That's what it looks like, a sniper rifle. Yeah, that's a Ruger, 30-05. High point.
Is that a kind of gun?
Excuse me?
Is high point a kind of weapon? If you know?
No, high point is not a kind of weapon that I know.
Okay.
I have. But it's definitely a revolver. It's definitely a handgun. And then after that, at the bottom, he's saying a Roman version. I guess it's an AK-47. Yeah, that's definitely an AK-47 at the bottom right that he drew.
An AK-47?
Correct.
Okay.
That will be a shotgun, top left. That will be a Ruger, 30-06. That's a sniper rifle. And yeah, that's all I see right there.
Okay, thank you. The next page, I'll try to make this larger for you.
Zero, plus, leave zero. I like every one time because it's so much fucking fun.
Is that wasting everyone's
time? Yeah, thank you so much. I like wasting everyone because it's so much fun. Because it's so much fucking fun. I laugh because I like people hellish time because pain. I love fucking pain and death. 666 again with the anarchy sign, the 5-point stone. Mind game, 6x6 and 6. 6 plus 6 equals 6. 0666. Yeah, I say I like causing people hellish time because of pain. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last one.
The last one is the same thing. 666 1 p.m. Blood and War. And then there's some drawing with at the bottom there's some swastika. 666 upside down. 666 all over. 5-point stone. I guess he's doing some drawing of little figurine on the ground. Drawing, I guess, people on the ground.
And this was all taken May 8th of this year, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right, thank you very much. No
Thank
further
you.
questions.
Cross-examination?
Your Honor, may I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon.
Nicholas has always been respectful to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Nicholas did not receive a disciplinary report for these letters, correct?
No, ma'am.
Or for the drawings, right?
No, ma'am. No, not that I know of.
Okay.
I know he was put on suicide watch. I put him on suicide watch. Like, I called the doctor and I removed everything from the cell, and then he was placed in suicide watch.
But no disciplinary report, correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Nicholas used his own hemorrhoid blood for the drawings on the wall, correct?
Yes, that's what he stated to me. When I asked him, that's what he stated, yes.
Okay. Judge, if I may approach the witness?
Sure.
Just ask you to see this and let us know if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. Is an accurate depiction of part of the jail letters that were collected from Mr. Cruz's cell?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to enter what's been marked defense 6-0 into evidence. May I approach?
Sure. State, do you have any objection?
No, Your
What's been previously marked as states 6-0 will be received, excuse me, defense 6-0 will be 100. Defense 100.
Just give 1 moment for her to mark it, okay? Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Can you see that, Deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could please read that for us.
Yes, ma'am. Dear family, I have been sad for a very long time. I have had enough of my life, so now I'm trying to die. If I do end up dead, my only wish is to be buried with a woman who had a shitty, yes, yeah, if you can help me, with a woman who had a shitty life like me. I have been taking painkillers, hoping to have a heart attack. So if I do have one, it's because of painkiller and extreme, I can't read that, an attempt to die. It's a hell of a way. Okay, it's a hell of a way, okay, to go. But I like to die a slow and painful death. But in all, I just want you to know I do love you all. And please forgive me for what I've done. I just never will be happy. PSS, please bury me with a woman, please. Can you put it up? Because I think there's a few more things. Thank you so much. 20 by 2. I guess he said 40 pops. I don't know what he means. And 10, I don't know what he writes right there. I will call, I will do some about 2 weeks. I don't know what he writes at the bottom. I can't read it now.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you.
Moment to confer.
Sure.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State, do you have anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're
Thank you so much.
excused. State, you may may call your next witness when you're ready.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Charles Scott.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Charles L. Scott, S-C-O-T-T, comma, M.D.
Thank you. State your name, inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Scott.
Good afternoon.
What is your occupation?
I am director of the Division of Law and Psychiatry at the University of California, Davis. So I'm a forensic psychiatrist there, and so I'm a professor of clinical psychiatry at UC Davis, and I teach in the fellowship and direct that fellowship as well.
Okay. Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
What are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in 4 areas. So I'm board certified in general psychiatry, and general psychiatry is typically evaluating and treating individuals who are 18 or older. I'm also board certified in child and adolescent psychiatry. So that is typically evaluating individuals from birth to up to 18. I'm board certified in forensic psychiatry, and then I'm board certified in addiction psychiatry.
And who certifies you?
I'm certified by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. The acronym is ABPN.
And how do you become board certified?
First, you have to complete an accredited training program or meet the requirements of completing a certain body of knowledge. You then go through a series of examinations, and if you pass the examinations, you can become board certified.
Okay. And you've done that for both general psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, forensic psychology, psychiatry, and addiction psychiatry?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any medical licenses?
Yes, I do.
Where?
I'm medically licensed in the state of California, the state of Alaska, and for the purposes of evaluating Mr. Cruz, I obtained a special license here in Florida so that I could evaluate him.
Okay. And your current position at University of California, Davis, what does that entail?
So it has a range of activities. So I am chief of the Division of Psychiatry and Law. I also run a training program on how to train other general psychiatrists. They've already completed their general psychiatry training on how to be a forensic psychiatrist. And then for many years, I evaluated and treated inmates at the Sacramento County Jail. And also for over 20 years, I've worked with evaluating patients who've claimed insanity at the time of the act and looking at their risk of violence and dangerousness, and also assessing individuals in both the jail setting, but also the forensic hospital setting, who are maybe faking, claiming that they're hearing voices or that they're brain damaged. And so that's part of my work, but also what I train other people in doing.
And how long have you been doing that?
Gosh, well, I've been at UC Davis since 1998, so almost 25 years, but I was working as a forensic psychiatrist prior to that.
Okay. And do you have any other duties?
I do. I also have to publish and write books and things and articles, and that gets into the mix as well.
Okay. Do you do anything for NASA?
Right, so outside the university, I have two other main consulting responsibilities. One is I work with Houston's NASA program, and I'm on the selection board for the astronauts. And so we do the final, it's called a suitability assessment to see if they're suitable to go to space. And so this past round, we selected the final four who will be the first to go on the Artemis missions and back to the moon. The other thing that I do is I'm a national trainer for the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. And so there are 4 national faculty people, professors typically, and we have an annual conference where we train other psychiatrists how to do these type of evaluations in court, how to meet certain standards, what the appropriate process is if you're evaluating someone who is facing many different parts of the criminal justice system, from competency to facing a capital sentence.
Could you tell us about your education, starting with your undergraduate degree?
Sure. So I started off at Emory University, that's in Atlanta, Georgia, and I ended up got a scholarship over to St. Andrews in Scotland, and ended up graduating from Emory. And after that, I went into Emory Medical School.
Okay. And you graduated when?
I graduated in 1982 from undergraduate. As you get older, sometimes it's a little harder. And then in 1982, I went to Emory Medical School.
Okay. And how about, do you have rotations in medical school?
Sure. So
what kind of rotations did you have?
Yeah, medical school is 4 years. And so after you do the first 2 years of didactics, you have different clinical rotations you're required to go on. And that's helpful because it helps the med students decide what field they may want to go to. So some of the ones that I did, I had 2 months where I worked on obstetrics and gynecology, and then 2 months where I also worked in pediatrics. I initially thought that would probably be my field, pediatrics, but then I found psychiatry.
Okay. And how about internships?
So after I completed medical school, I couldn't afford the med school, so the Army paid my way through. But there's a little bit of a quid pro quo. So because the Army paid for med school for me, I went to Walter Reed Army Medical Center. It's in Washington, D.C. And so I did my internship and a good bit of my subsequent training with the military. And so my first internship was at Walter Reed in Washington, D.C.
Okay. And how long were you in the Army?
I was in the Army 13 years.
Okay. How about any fellowship for child and adolescent psychiatry?
Yes. So when I did the internship, I again rotated and had more exposure to both OBGYN and to pediatrics. So I had more responsibility because now I'm an intern. So I could assist or deliver with the deliveries on pediatrics. I worked in the neonatal intensive care units and on the healthy baby units, if you will. And because I had an interest in psychiatry, I knew after I completed my general psychiatry training, I would like to go on and do child psychiatry. So that's what happened. After I did my internship, I stayed at Walter Reed, and then I did 3 years of general psychiatry training there.
Okay, and how about forensic psychiatry?
Yes, so forensic followed my 2 years of child and adolescent. So I kind of went over to the West Coast, completed 2 years of child and adolescent psychiatry, had a lot of focus on evaluating youth with developmental disabilities, with autism, with potential fetal alcohol spectrum disorder in our disabilities clinic. And then after I finished that 2 years, that was kind of a combined program with UCSF, University of California, San Francisco. I completed my military obligation. So I went over to Germany where I was stationed and to El Paso, Texas. And I was really in charge there of screening, evaluating, and treating children and adolescents who were service members' kids. And during that time frame, I came into contact with a lot of legal cases. Sometimes service members get in trouble. And so I was evaluating cases that had a legal component, and that made me interested in forensic psychiatry. And so I ultimately went and did my forensic psychiatry training, which is another year at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland.
Okay. During your career, you mentioned publications. Have you published?
Yes, I have.
What are some of the subjects that you published that were peer-reviewed?
Right, so for peer-reviewed articles, and I think I have around 68 or 69 articles in general, but some of the peer-reviewed articles deal specifically with the evaluation of malingering, which I'll explain maybe later, but it's kind of the faking or exaggeration of symptoms for a secondary gain, meaning for a reason. You're trying to fool somebody to get something you want. So I have published articles related to that. Other articles I've published are really looking at different types of aggression. And so we've done some research at the hospital where I worked at. So we're studying what's the difference between someone who might have impulsive aggression, where they act kind of very quickly without thinking, as compared to more planned, predatory aggression. And so those are two major categories that we've studied and looked at and I've published on. Other areas that I've spent a good bit of time writing about and have published some peer-reviewed articles on are the relationship to mental illness and violence. As a psychiatrist, I think it's important, and we try to emphasize this as a psychiatrist, that the vast majority of people who are mentally ill are not violent. So you don't automatically assume just because someone has a mental illness they're going to be violent. So that's not a fair stigma, if you will. So we look at what are those factors that distinguish individuals with a mental illness who may become violent. What are specific disorders that are higher risk? And then how do you determine if someone allegedly has a disorder, that disorder was related, if at all, to the violence that they committed? And so those are some of the main areas that for the articles that I published on.
What does peer review mean?
So peer review means that you submit a writing to a journal, and then if it's a traditional peer review process, the journal will have a board of other folks that are usually in the academic field. They'll review the article, they may give you feedback, accept it, ask for revisions, things like that, and then it can be published. And there are other forms of peer review where you may be asked to write an article or a book chapter. So it's an invited, but then it's also reviewed by peers. And then a third type of article writing is where it's submitted, but there's no peer review.
Okay. How about chapters in books?
Yeah, similarly, I think I've written maybe 54 or so book chapters. And so chapters on very similar topics. So the assessment of malingering, how people may fake in the criminal justice system, chapters on dangerousness, some chapters or a chapter on psychiatric disability, violence and aggression, mental illness. All of those similar themes are also been published in chapters.
And have you had the opportunity to do any editing?
Yes, I've edited 7 books, and so those usually most of the books are on what we call correctional psychiatry. So these are individuals who do become involved in the criminal justice system and kind of following their care path, assessment, and outcomes through the criminal justice system. And then one other book is called the Textbook or Principles and Practice of Forensic Psychiatry. So I co-edited that with a colleague, and it really is a comprehensive book about our field.
Okay, so what is forensic psychiatry?
Yeah, that's a great question. A lot of times, people, when I say I do forensic psychiatry, they ask how I talk to dead people, and I say it's not what forensic psychiatry is. All forensic really means is legal. So whatever your field is, so for psychiatry, you're trained to evaluate an issue that's in front of you for legal purposes. So you could have forensic dentistry or forensic entomology. So forensic psychiatry looks at that aspect of mental illness that interfaces with a law. And the reason this became a field, it became a field accredited in 1996 by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, because there was grave concerns through many courtrooms in the country that people who were not trained in forensics might go to court, say, well, this person has a disorder, so therefore they did X, Y, and Z, without any evidence to support that. So we've worked very hard to establish actual standards if someone is evaluating someone with a claimed mental disorder to see whether or not they meet the standard that's before them in court.
Okay, and you mentioned, all your training. Could you give us what your specific training in some detail to become a forensic psychiatrist?
Sure. So at Case Western Reserve, we had specific training on the assessment, again, of malingering. This is the faking or exaggeration of symptoms. And so that might be looking at, does the person have inconsistencies in their report over time, or something that they're telling you inconsistent with what the actual record is? Because, I failed every class, you open up the record, and they had straight A's. That's an inconsistency. And then you look at how does testing play a role in supporting their claim of what they're claiming. And so there's really talented psychologists out there who do specific testing to evaluate if folks are faking or not. So that was one area. Dangerousness is another major area. Looking at someone's mental state at the time of the offense. So what do I mean by that? What were they thinking when they did the crime? So how do you do, we call it going retrospectively back in time to try to understand why the person did it, what were the facts that led up to it, what do the records show about their behaviors before, during, and after, and that is a specific type of forensic training that we've gone through, and then again, looking at the different types of aggression.
Have you ever testified as an expert in forensic psychiatry?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I would say 75 to 100 times.
And in what courts?
I've testified in many different state courts, federal courts, appellate courts, and military court-martials.
And so how does forensic psychiatry differ from general psychiatry and psychology and even pediatrics, which you've had an internship with?
Yeah, so it's significantly different because people who aren't forensically trained may, for example, never look at a police report or a witness statement or videos of the crime, and yet they'll reach an opinion about someone's culpability or responsibility without any evidence to support that opinion. And so that's a huge different aspect. The other thing that's very important for forensic psychiatry is that you got to look at collateral records. So how did the person actually do versus how are they telling you they did? Or how is the testing telling you that they did? A person can come out a certain way on a test. It doesn't necessarily mean that's reflective of who they are or how they're thinking or how they can think. So that's a huge difference. And now we actually have written guidelines on the forensic assessment that people should follow, when they do these type of evaluations for court.
So with reference to this case, Dr. Scott, when were you contacted?
Yeah, I was first contacted on November the 11th, 2021.
Okay, and what is your fee arrangement through University of California, Davis?
Yes, so I work for UC Davis, and so they charge for my time. They charge $500 an hour for my time. The monies go to UC Regents. There is a fee split schedule where the dean gets a significant amount, the department gets a significant amount, and if our department is doing well, the faculty member can receive the remainder.
Okay, and approximately how many hours have you invested in this case?
I would say 400 to 500.
Okay, and what records did you review with reference to this case?
Yeah, there was just volumes of record, probably over 500. So I'm going to try to just break it down so it makes sense to me and I can easily explain it. First, I looked at records related to the crime itself. So this gets into things like the police reports, the witness statements, depositions that were taken, and court testimony relevant to the case. now I'm going to kind of start back with what I did as relevant to evaluating Mr. Cruz. So I'll kind of start from the beginning. So I looked at his birth mother's adoption records. There were over 1,000 pages of records in that group, but I also looked at his younger brother's adoption records to see if there was any reference to the birth mother as it related to Mr. Cruz. I looked at his delivery records. I looked at the mother's OBGYN records when she came to deliver Mr. Cruz. I looked at his pediatric records. He was seen by a Dr. Marcus most of the time during his life. I also looked at different psychiatric treatment records for him over time, and there were several. And he had several different child and adolescent psychiatrists. I looked at his educational and school records, starting from pre-K all the way through an off-campus learning center, and this involved lots of individualized education plans, different counseling. He was in ESE classes, so I reviewed those as well. When we go over to his occupation, I look at his occupational records. When it gets to more information related to this particular offense, I also looked at his social media profile, and that can include things like his searches on the internet, postings to YouTube, all that sort of thing. I looked at cell phone videos he made prior to this, committing this offense. I think there were 3 of them. I looked at text messages that he had while on the Uber ride over to the school. I looked at the school video, so everything from when he entered the school floors 1, 2, and 3, exiting the school. I looked at the Walmart video footage. I looked at the McDonald's video footage. And so that encapsulates a lot of the actual factual information and video footage of the crime. There have also been several experts, both by the defense and by the state. So I reviewed their records, their testing, their notes, their depositions, their court testimonies. And I've also looked at the evaluation done by the neuropsychologist retained by the state. There was a video of that deposition. And then I've looked at several pieces of court testimony that's been already presented to you during the course of this trial.
Okay. Dr. Scott, did you have an opportunity to evaluate the defendant in this case, Nikolas Cruz?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
I evaluated Mr. Cruz on March 1, 2, and 3 of 2022.
And how long was each session?
Each session ranged between like 7, maybe 7.5, up to 8 hours would have been the longest, but they were all days were full days, and it was conducted here at the Broward County Jail.
Okay, and did you have breaks in those sessions?
Sure, we had a few breaks. You know, Mr. Cruz was told from the get-go that if he ever needed a break, his attorney was also present during the entirety of the evaluation. If the attorney needed a break, I sure wanted them to ask me and we could take a break. And then we took a lunch break. Usually it was about an hour. And it was a little cold in the room. And so I know that Mr. Cruz reported that he felt a little chilly and cold. So although he was handcuffed, we made sure, the officers made sure he was warm and put a sweater over him to make sure he was comfortable.
Okay. Was the entirety of your evaluation of the defendant audio taped and videotaped?
Yes, even if there was a break, I asked that the recording continue so everyone would know. If I was in the room alone with Mr. Cruz, you could just watch and see. I tended to just sort of be quiet and put my head down and wait for the attorney to get back, but everything was recorded.
And how did you conduct your evaluation?
So, first I started off before interviewing Mr. Cruz. It was important because I was likely only going to have one opportunity to interview him, to review the records that were available prior to interviewing him. So that would be step one. If you're going to ask somebody about a crime, you should know some aspects about the crime when you do the evaluation. And then I proceeded to let him know who retained me. I was retained by the state, what the purpose of the evaluation was, that wasn't confidential, that anything he said, obviously, it's being videotaped, his attorney was present, it was being recorded, and it could be shown and shared with a jury ultimately if that's where it went. And then I proceeded to do a very structured interview asking him about a lot of different areas of his life and a detailed assessment of his memory of what happened on February the 14th, 2018.
Okay. And what diagnostic scheme did you use?
I used a manual, and I brought it with me. It's called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition. There's now been a text revision, but the criteria are basically the same. And that's the diagnostic manual I used.
Okay. There's been a lot of conversation about the DSM, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. What exactly is it in the field of psychology and psychiatry?
Okay, well, it looks like this. You may have seen it. It's a different color than the one before. But it's the classification manual of how we make diagnoses and how we establish criteria. So let's say if you went to one psychiatrist or psychologist and you told them your symptoms, you sure hope that if you went to a second psychiatrist or psychologist, you sure hope they'd come up with a similar diagnosis. And so the manual is to help us and help all of us have what we call kind of a reliable diagnosis. So we have established criteria that have been established usually by research, the literature, and practice.
So if there's a disorder in the DSM, it would list what the criteria might be, right?
Yes.
Okay. And over the years, has the DSM been edited and, I don't want to say altered, but changes made, new additions?
Yes, so medicine evolves, and so psychiatry is a branch of medicine, so it evolves as well. So new information, updated information can be included, and sometimes the diagnostic criteria might change.
Okay. Have you ever had the opportunity to edit any book with reference to DSM-TR?
Yeah, this was an interesting project I got to do. So when the DSM-5 came out, there were some changes from the prior manual. And one, Oxford, I think it was, publisher, asked if I could unpack for the psychiatrists in America what were going to be the legal implications of changes of any of the diagnoses from a forensic standpoint. So I edited a book called DSM-5 and the Law, Changes and Challenges. And so it just went through any changes and how that might impact evaluation and rendering a forensic opinion.
Okay, DSM-5 came out, 2013, is that correct?
May of 2013, yes.
And TR is when?
TR was this past year.
Okay. So what diagnostic conclusions did you reach in this case?
Yeah, so I had 3 major diagnostic conclusions relevant to Mr. Cruz. The first one is he meets the criteria for a diagnosis called antisocial personality disorder, and we'll get more into that, what I mean by that. The second one is borderline personality disorder, and the third is malingering. And as we've talked about, malingering is gross exaggeration or just completely making up symptoms for a secondary gain, meaning something for a particular reason, right? So you're faking your symptoms to get something.
Okay. So with antisocial personality disorder, that's in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes.
Okay. So how did you reach a conclusion that the defendant had an antisocial personality disorder?
Right. So I carefully applied the criteria for the DSM-5 for antisocial personality disorder, and they give a definition of it, and then they have 7 specific criteria, and then you only have to meet, it's 3 or more. So you don't have to meet all 7, but you should meet at least 3.
So what is antisocial personality disorder?
That's a good question. Well, the first thing, I have to put my glasses on now. The first thing with antisocial personality disorder, you hear personality disorder, it's in this big book. How does that like correlate with all the other disorders. And so at the beginning of this chapter, it starts off with a definition of personality disorder that distinguishes it from things like schizophrenia or severe depression, that type of thing. And the definition, just to kind of ground us a little bit, it's an enduring pattern of inner experience and behavior that deviates markedly from the norms and expectation of the individual's culture. It's pervasive and inflexible, has an onset in adolescence or early adulthood, is stable over time, and leads to distress or impairment. And then that's the general definition. And then antisocial personality disorder has its own very specific definition.
And what is that?
Okay, so one of the first overarching things you have to have antisocial personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of disregard for and violation of the rights of others. And you have to have it occurring since age 15. And then you have to have 3 or more. And there are 7 criteria, so I'll kind of march through the 7. But one example that kind of shows this sort of pattern and attitude, antisocial doesn't mean you're shy. Antisocial means that you're violating societal norms. So there was a period, for example, when Mr. Cruz was 15. There's an ESE teacher called Miss Nast. And so she's trying to talk to him about how come you don't stay in school, or why don't you like the school, or why are these kind of problems happening? And he told her, and he said, I'd much rather be out on the street setting fires and killing animals. And that's in the record. And that kind of is what, and that was a statement he made at age 15. And that is what's reflective of the kind of way a person with ASPD thinks, feels, and acts towards others. And so then you go through and you look at the 7 specific criteria.
Okay, and the first one would be?
Yeah, so the first criteria is, and I'm going to read it very carefully, failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest. So I'll give you what I thought were strong examples of him meeting this one. On February the 14th, 2018, he murdered 17 people. That would count for that one. On February the 14th, 2018, he attempted to murder 17 people. That would count for that one. Even if you look prior to February the 14th, and you go from age 15 up to age 18, were there other examples? Take that day out of the mix. And the answer is absolutely yes. Multiple other examples. And I'm going to go over some that I recall.
Isn't there one that in particular that we have a clip for that you would be illustrative of that?
Yeah, there certainly is one of many. And so we can show the clip and then I can add the other ones on after.
Okay. Aaron, please.
Have you ever broken into anybody's home? Or
Zachary did.
What's that?
Zach did.
Yeah, how about you? Or a car even?
Yeah, I broke into cars. Steal up change, junk change, find if they had any weapons or anything there.
Okay. And were you less than 15 when you broke into the cars?
A little bit older, 16.
Okay.
All right, so a couple things. Breaking into a car looking for weapons or chump change would be grounds for an arrest. That's unlawful behavior. So that would count. But he had several other ones in addition to that video clip that you saw. For example, he was found to be stealing bicycles after the age of 15. Even at Cross Creek or West Glades, one of the schools he went to, they were concerned he got a petty theft. He was shoplifting, stealing other items. So he met several criteria under number 1.
Okay, how about number 2?
By
the way, that sweatshirt, that's what you were talking about being cold in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 2, deceitfulness. as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, and that means you make up a name that's not yours, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. So again, if you go through the records, there are a lot of examples. I'll give you just a few. So around December the 5th, 2013, Jennifer Klein, who is a psychologist that worked at one of the schools he was at, did a psychological evaluation of him. And as part of that psychological evaluation, she met with 3 teachers and she got their input. So one of the things that's noted in her report relevant to criteria number 2 is that all 3 teachers described him as, quote, deceiving others, close quote, and sneaking around. He was also noted, and these were additional records I didn't mention in my earlier testimony, but he was seen by Henderson Behavioral Health. A lot of outside health agencies came in to work with them. So in those records, it's noted that he frequently lies to the mother about a variety of events. At school, he's noted to lie and deceive to some of the teachers. So those were some of those that were relevant. Even approaching the day of the offense, again, February 14th, 2018, there were some incidents that kind of also demonstrate this conning, this lying or manipulation of others. One may seem kind of benign, but it also shows a level of planning prior to the crime and trying to make sure his crime wouldn't be stopped, even if it was incidental. So what happened was, in January or so of 2018, he was playing around with a buddy. I think they had some sort of, aerosol gun, pellet gun of some sort. He got a little shot in his abdomen and it hurt, so he definitely has pain. He responds to pain, and that made him mad, so he punched a gun safe in the house where he was staying. And this gun safe was the safe that he held his weapon in. And so he had to go to the doctor to have that fixed because he hurt his hand and maybe even fractured it. And so when the doctor asked him, hey, how did you hurt your hand? He told him a lie. He said, well, I fell and I hurt it that way. And when asked, I think in my interview, why did you lie to the doctor? He said, well, I thought maybe they would connect if there was a gun safe and I'm presenting, maybe more questions would be asked, and I didn't want that to take away my gun, all right? So that was one aspect. In 2016, he had gotten in, and this is another criteria coming up, to a fight with a kid at school, and he also had had a threat assessment for another incident related. So the Florida Department of Children and Family Services comes out, and they're asking about a swastika that they had heard had been on a book bag. And on that book bag, it had also had a really derogatory term towards a race. It said something like effing N-word, something to that effect, along with a swastika. So reportedly, it's documented in the record that he told his mother, I didn't even know what that meant. I had no idea what that was, when the evidence was really strong that he was aware of what a swastika meant prior to that. And then on the morning and the day this happened, he has to get to school. He doesn't drive, and so he takes an Uber. And so when he takes the Uber driver picks him up, and he tells her a lie. And it's a very well thought out lie because he needs her for him to get to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. So he has, this sort of gun case carrying bag, and that could alert attention potentially, to someone. So it's presented as if it is part of maybe going to a music class, and there could be a large musical instrument in there. So again, he's conning her so he won't be stopped. So there was several evidence of this deceitfulness throughout the record.
Okay, and how about the third criteria?
Yeah, the third criteria is, are they impulsive or do they have difficulties planning ahead? And the West Glades school records are robust with examples of this. And so one particular teacher, Miss Carrie Yon, he was in her class in some parts during the 7th and 8th grade at West Glades, documented a lot of these kind of impulsive behaviors. Just a couple of examples that I can kind of recall offhand. So if she asked him to do something, sometimes he'd either tear up the paper, put a middle finger up, you effing B word, and then security would have to be called, so he'd have that consequence and would run out. There was another time where, again, security had to be called because he was also acting back up in class, and he ran out. It got to the point where he oftentimes had to, because of this kind of behavior, have a security detail work with him and follow him around because of that kind of impulsivity. He'd frequently, as noted in the records, might open the door, or if he's leaving, say, F you faggots, this kind of stuff, or F you, use words I won't repeat here, and that was kind of the pattern that was noted in the records.
Okay. How about criteria 4?
Yeah, criteria 4 is, and you may, I mean, it's easy to get criteria 4 and 3 confused, so I'm going to explain the difference. Criteria 4 is irritability and aggressiveness as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. So the difference here, obviously he's kind of irritable when he's doing the finger and the F word, but this is something that leads to an actual physical assault. And so, again, Jennifer Klein and her psychological evaluation during this time frame specifically notes that in her evaluation, she learned that he would have feelings of revenge towards students, and so he would intentionally attack them or hit them. For his own mother, and this is when he's older than 15, there were 2 occasions noted in the records, one in the Henderson Behavioral Health records. It may have been a time where the mobile crisis team had to come out, where she tells them that he hit her, she fell to the ground, she hit her face, and there was blood coming out. There was another time in the months prior to his mother's death, so this would have been roughly in 2017, where he wants to go somewhere, and she doesn't want to take him there, and so he hits her on the face to the point where she does have to have a dental checkup appointment. So those are examples of actual physical fight or assault. And then there's one that involved also a student, so it wasn't just within the family. So at school, there was a particular student, he was angry at him because he was now going out with his ex-girlfriend, and so he initiated a fight with him at the school.
Okay. And how about criteria 5?
Criteria 5 is reckless disregard for the safety of either self or others. So you're having some sort of antisocial act or behavior that could put yourself at harm's way or potentially other people. So one day there was at West Glades, he's 15 years old, a fire alarm drill. And so the record that's described indicates that he was, after the fire drill had kind of calmed down, he is sitting with or standing with peers kind of outside on the side of the road, and then he starts to dart in front of cars laughing. So he's not doing this because he's, quote, lost control. He's doing this because it's kind of reckless, it's entertaining, it may be attention-seeking, because he was noted to be kind of laughing and calm beforehand, and then they had to call him out and try to get him to stop that, which he did. And I'm not sure if we have a clip as well.
We have a clip 16.
Shoot stuff in the backyard, in front yard.
That's what you did. Was that related to?
Yeah.
How so?
For entertainment.
And this is.
It's against the law. And it was the thrill of knowing I was against the law.
What was the thrill of doing it? No.
Just shooting a gun in the backyard is against the law.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
And what was thrilling about that?
No one would know. No one could know.
Okay.
Right, and so a little hard to hear, but what this part is telling is that he's shooting a gun in the backyard. If you're shooting a gun in the backyard, there could potentially be a risk. He knows it's against the law to sell for others, but it's thrilling to him. And one aspect of antisocial personality disorder that's hard for a lot of folks that haven't been around this or don't know this is doing this can be exciting, thrilling, and you feel this thrill of maybe even getting attention for it. So, he said it was thrilling because he knew he was violating the law.
Okay, and criteria number 6?
Criteria number 6 is consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. I did not think he met this criteria. In contrast, he was able, starting roughly in December of 2016, he got a job at Dollar Tree, and a review of his Dollar Tree records indicate that he would typically call in if he thought he was going to be late. He was able to do his work. There weren't problems noted, so he did not meet criterion 6.
Okay, and 7?
7 is a lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to, rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. And so I'm going to give some examples prior to the offense. And so some of the examples prior to the offense of a lack of remorse, there was one time, and it's in a posting that he did either on one of the social media or YouTube. He had hit his mother, and he uses a very derogatory phrase, I think we may come up to it later, about how he had hit this woman or just hit her. And that doesn't comport with being remorseful, because in actual fact, it almost seemed like he was sort of bragging for it. Likewise, there are multiple examples. I mean, he had Henderson Behavioral Health, Camelot. Many people come in and work with the family and work with him. And oftentimes there's some specific notations where he says, well, the mother she needs to handle this better. There was one time when he was counseled about some interactions with some African Americans at, I believe it was Cross Creek. And they were trying to, I think the school was doing their earnest effort to try to negotiate what might have been a misperception or may not have been a slur or not. And his response was, they just need to learn how to cope better. And so that's that kind of lack of remorse. I think that's an example.
Okay. And with antisocial personality disorder, you must have evidence of conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. What does that mean?
So conduct disorder is a disorder that typically happens in youth, usually before the age of 15. Most kids are not going to meet the criteria for conduct disorder, even if they kind of drive you crazy and they do a conduct problem, then we're going to go through how bad does it have to be to meet the criteria for conduct disorder. All this says is you have to have some evidence that this kind of thinking and problem and way of interacting with society happened before you were 15 years old. So you only need one symptom, really, of conduct disorder, because that's some evidence to meet this part of the antisocial personality disorder criteria.
And did he meet that?
Yes, he met conduct disorder. And so what I'd like to do now is go through the definition of conduct disorder, go through the criteria, and if you were going along with me and kind of counting up how many criteria did he meet for antisocial personality disorder, you should probably have come up with like 6 out of the 7, right? And you only need 3. So even if several are knocked off for whatever reason, he met it. Now we go to conduct disorder. Here's the definition. I'm going to tell you how many you have to meet, and then you can add up and see if he meets them. Remember, for antisocial personality disorder, you only need 1 criteria. So here's the definition. It's a repetitive and persistent pattern of behavior in which the basic rights of others or major age-appropriate societal norms or rules are violated, as manifested by the presence of at least 3 of the following 15 criteria in the past 12 months from any of the categories below, and you have to have one of the criteria present in the past 6 months. So the first large category is called aggression to people and animals. So under that, there are 7 different examples of being aggressive to people or animals. One example is they often bully, threaten, or intimidate others. So remember, this is prior to the age of 15. So I have to go through the records and find, are there examples prior to 15? I want to give you a few examples. So at age 10, for example, he is in his elementary school class, and he threatened to kill the teacher and an aide, to stab them. The police had to be called. So that's clearly early on, prior to the age of 10. He also was noted to sort of bully. There was a notation in the elementary school records where he used the word effing B word to the teacher. And this progressed over time. Sometimes he might sort out a teacher based on their ethnicity. So he was noted to make sort of Asian slurs against an Asian teacher. That's noted as well. He frequently, in the treatment records, when people would come out to the home, was noted to bully, threaten, or intimidate his mother. And this type of sort of threatening other kids at times is also noted in the record. Moving on, the second one is that they often initiate a physical fight. And so he was noted to do this. So one of the counselors, it's from Henderson Behavioral Health, is a woman called Tiffany Forrest. And so Tiffany Forrest goes to try to work, both because she's working with a family and home, but she's also working with a school and working with a mom. So she goes to the school for a school meeting. And at that school meeting, and she documents this in her record, she notes that he oftentimes starts fights or initiates physical fights with other kids. So that certainly would be an example at an early age for him doing so. The third one is, has he used a weapon that can cause serious physical harm to others? And they give some examples of a weapon, but many things can be a weapon. So there was one time he was not happy that his mother wanted him to get off the Xbox. This was a long-standing conflict about how much video time, and that's understandable, but his reaction was he hit her with a vacuum cleaning hose to the point where the police ended up being called. So that's one example. He was noted, even in early school, elementary school, to hit a kid with a lunchbox. He was noted to throw a rock at another kid, also in his youth. So there were some examples of using a weapon that could cause harm as well. On the fourth one, it's, has he been physically cruel to people? And again, this is prior to 15. So the notes from West Glades around this time, this is after he turned 15, note that he would maybe purposely stomp or on other kids' feet to go out and hurt them. There was one note even from the first grade that indicated that he hit a first grader, appear in the face, and then kicked him in the groin. So that's also, some transference of pain, if you will. The fifth one is, has he been physically cruel to animals? And this one was robustly met. There were a lot of long-standing and early history of him being cruel to animals, doing different ways to hurt them, torture them, and we might even have a clip where he talks about that.
Okay, it's clip 7, Aaron.
Now, you've told me some different examples of things you've done to animals, different animals. When was the very first time you can remember ever doing something that people might look at and say that's not very kind to an animal? How young were you?
I broke a lizard's back with a rock.
And how old were you?
3.
Okay. And how come you did, what do you remember about doing that?
Something me and my brother did. We went around killing lizards.
Okay. So
Sometimes I
must have
skin them
been-
alive. Sometimes I set them on fire.
Okay, the lizards? When did you start skinning the lizards alive?
I just taped him to the little like table, and I took a knife and I just scraped and
Okay. And
scraped
about,
the skin off.
how old were you the first time you did that, do you think?
4.
Okay. And then what about setting them on fire? How would you do that?
Take a lighter, they burn instantly.
How would they react?
Burn instantly.
Will they burn instantly? Do they make any movement or sound or anything?
They start curling up, and
Okay.
then just fall over.
So that's at 3, 4. Okay, tell me what happened next. What's the next progression of that?
Bird eggs.
Bird eggs? What'd you do with bird eggs?
I took them out of the nest and I threw them against the wall
How come?
because I was bored. I wouldn't let me out of the house.
Okay, what did you think was going to happen to the egg if you did that?
It would crack.
Okay, and how old were you with that?
7.
Okay, and then what else? What happened next?
Let's see. Let's see. I set spiders on fire.
Okay, how old were you with that?
Those banana spiders, those big ones.
Are those really big?
Yeah.
Okay.
I set them on fire with a flame
With a what?
With a spray can.
A spray can.
Okay, and so from that, you can make your own assessment about how he felt about that and doing that, or is it kind of more just matter of fact, and as far as how his appearance went.
How about destruction of property?
He did have a good bit of destruction of property, and I'm just double checking. Yep, that's the number 9 criteria, and he met that one. And he, for example, kicked in a door at school when he was less than 15, a glass door, and that, he had a lot of destruction at his home, punched holes in walls, broke a glass door, oftentimes might cut up furniture. So there was a good bit of property destruction in the records.
Okay, and how about 10, 11, 12 deal, Dr. Scott True, with deceitfulness or theft?
Yes, so there are 3 under the category deceitfulness or theft. And so one of them is, has he broken into someone else's house, building a car? I did not find less than 15 he had done that. I did not count that. Does he often lie to obtain goods or favors or to avoid obligations? Less than 15. I found good evidence of that. Even when the mother went and saw Dr. Kravitz, which was one of his earlier psychologists, she noted at an early age that was a problem with him, kind of repeatedly lying. It's also noted in some of the ESE notes from school that he would lie as well. Number 12 is, has he stolen items of non-trivial value without confronting a victim? So this, again, is that shoplifting. And even less than 15, he had a history of shoplifting and stealing as well.
Okay, and you had a clip of that?
Yes.
Aaron, clip 13, please.
Yeah, figured out a way how to steal.
Okay.
I didn't want to steal too much because I didn't want to get arrested or go on a blacklist. Okay. So usually what I stole was candy, food, magazines, movies, video game controllers.
Okay. Did you ever take any of those things before you were age 15?
I tried to.
Okay. Tell me anything you took before or stole, shoplifted before 15?
Movies.
What kind of movies would you steal?
Anything on the market. Anything I found interesting, like Predator.
Would that be was that in the old days when they had like DVDs and stuff? They don't even I don't know if they have that so much anymore.
Not anymore. Now you can just go on the internet.
But you would steal some DVDs? Like,
Yeah.
what age did you start doing that?
12, 13.
Okay. And
I stole, what was it, box of donuts once.
how old were you then?
15.
Okay.
All right, so a couple things about that. At the very beginning, I don't know if you caught it, sometimes we can learn a lot from little clips. And so at the very beginning, he said, I was careful not to do too much or still too much because I would get blacklisted, knowing that if he got caught and he had a certain amount, that could get him more trouble. So even at a young age, he had some executive planning and ability to appreciate consequences for his behavior. What would happen if he had got caught? How his name could be on a list? And that just sort of slips out when he spontaneously talks.
Okay. And with conduct disorder, what's the modifier of limited prosocial emotion?
Yeah, so there are two kind of important aspects if you're diagnosing conduct disorder. One is it early childhood onset, which is, do they have at least one symptom prior to the age of 10, and he did. And then the other is something known as limited prosocial emotions. It sounds like, what does that even mean? What this means are people who don't think and feel, and these can happen as a very young kid, the way that most other people think and feel. So they may have, for example, a very callous lack of empathy. Did that hurt the person? Did that hurt the animal? Oh, who cares, right? So that's a callousness is a big feature. They typically aren't generally concerned about the performance. They may have some times where they were more motivated than others to do well. But one of the things, and I've worked with parents on this, and it's tough if you have a conduct disorder kid, is punishment doesn't work in the same way it does with other kids. They are immune to that. And even standard good therapies, they seem to be resistant with that. And then the third one I'm going to mention is something known as a shallow or deficient affect. What that means is just lack of emotion about how they react to things that most of us might cry about or might affect us. It's just a flatness, it's a shallowness, and that's part of what we call, they're just limited in how they interact socially with other people.
Okay. And that was, all that was the basis of your diagnosis of antisocial personality conduct disorder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how would you distinguish antisocial personality conduct disorder from other disorders that are listed in the DSM-5?
Yeah, that's so important. It is in the DSM-5, antisocial personality disorder, but antisocial personality disorder, and I kind of read out the general criteria, this is a disorder of how people behave and interact with society. And it's not a disorder where you might have severe psychosis, where you lose touch with reality, where you're not responsible perhaps because maybe you are having a fixed false belief or a delusion, or maybe you're so depressed, or maybe you're fully manic. It separates out, and this is something that the person chooses to do versus they are unable not to do, and that's the difference. So it's a key difference here. Antisocial personality disorder is how they behave and interact with the world around them because that's what they want and that's what they choose.
Okay. And your second diagnosis, Dr. Scott, was borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
What is that?
Borderline personality disorder, I want to make this really clear distinction because I think a couple times I might not have explained it very well. It is not borderline intellectual functioning. It does not mean that you have borderline problems thinking at all. So just take that off the consideration. It again is how a person's personality interacts and relates with the world around them. And you have a series, again, of criteria you have to meet. You have to meet at least 5 of 9 criteria.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we have sidebar, please? Sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 15-minute recess. if we can keep it as close to 15 minutes as possible. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We're going to be in recess for 15 minutes. Dr. Scott, if you would like to take a break, you may. Just please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Also, just for everyone's information, the courthouse is closed on Wednesday and Thursday for Judge Tudor. Okay, we're in recess until 3:15. Thank you.
A little bit.
in session. Let's see if the jurors are ready to come back in.
Do you like Halloween type candy, chocolate candy? You look fit, so I'm thinking you don't. But we have tons of.
It's the nicest thing a judge has ever asked.
If you need,
All right, I need a boost.
No, boost for your doctor last week. He's like, oh, my lung is coming. He took like 6 of each. That's when I asked you guys, did you need a lunch? He's like, oh, this is my favorite. This is my favorite. Remember? Is that good ones, right? Okay.
The older doctor, he's the one that. May be seated. State whenever you're ready. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scott, I think we left off with you were going to describe, what borderline personality is.
Right. So just to briefly reiterate, again, it's not that you have a borderline intellectual functioning. It is how you interact with the world. And there's some different characteristics of this disorder compared to antisocial personality disorder. So let me give you the overarching definition. It's a pervasive pattern of instability, of interpersonal relationships, self-image, and affects. That's kind of how you react to things, and marked impulsivity, beginning by early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts, and you have to have 5 or more of 9 different symptoms. So I'll read them out to you, and then I'll tell you why I think he met certain ones of those, okay? The first one is frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. And so when you look at some of the Henderson Behavioral Health records and other notes, if Nikolas had a breakup with a girlfriend when he was about 16. And so this was very leaving, the separation was very upsetting to him. And so it was sort of this abandonment issue that came up. And watching Dr. Denny's interview, who was a neuropsychologist that evaluated him, he did talk about that sometimes He might just stay by himself because he didn't like being rejected. So these folks can be really super rejection sensitive, but once they're in a relationship, they kind of will cling on to it kind of in a panicky kind of way, and they may have that kind of fear of the person abandoning them. I thought he meant that one. The second one is a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of idealization and devaluation. What does that mean? What that means is, at one point, I'm like, oh my God, I love you, you're the best thing. No one's like that, that's cool. But then something goes wrong, and then you flip 100% to you're terrible, you're evil, I can't stand you. Again, a girlfriend that he had, he broke up with her, and although he would say he idealized her or loved her, or she was the love of his life initially, if you read some of the comments he's told other examiners about her, some of the phrases, I won't mention them, but that is that kind of devaluation, and it's all good or bad. You split the person, and you end up loving them. We're all human. We all have faults, but there's no forgiveness for that. It can flip to a bad devaluation of the person. The third is identity disturbance. This is a markedly and persistent, unstable self-image and sense of self. So how does the person kind of view how they look, how they appear? Do they have sort of, what's my identity? These kind of thoughts. And he did search out questions to try to answer that when you go through some of his internet searches. So he would search out kind of questioning, who am I? Certain aspects of why do I feel this way? So that's noted in the records and in his internet searches as well. And he does have body conscious issues and images about his sense of self and how he might be perceived by others. So I thought he met that criteria. Impulsivity in at least two areas that are potentially self-damaging. And you can have a range of different criteria if you say, well, they're impulsive and it can hurt them. So drugs and alcohol would be an example under this category. So he did have use of marijuana and Xanax, at times alcohol, and he described to me in my interview that worsened certain of his symptoms and how he felt. So that would be an example. I've already given the example of when he was kind of very impulsive, hit the safe, broke his hand. That's an impulsive behavior that's self-damaging, and there can be some other examples for him as well. Number 5, recurrent suicidal behavior, gestures, or threats, or some type of self-mutilating behavior. Now here, this is an interesting one in this category because a person can maybe superficially scratch themselves either on their arm, their leg is common, thigh is common, and it's not really for the intent to die. Some people will express to you it helps relieve the pain, or it may, I concentrate on that versus other things, but they aren't intending to kill themselves, but they'll make these statements or gestures. So at one point, there was a threat assessment when he was it was in 2016 at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and it got triggered because a peer at the school, he had commented either on Snapchat or some other social media that he might have cut himself or that he might have consumed gas, drank gasoline, this type of thing, when in reality, if you're drinking gasoline, that would cause serious medical problems. But there was some sort of gesture. He was evaluated by multiple folks, different agencies, and then he said, no, I really didn't do that. So it either can be for attention or it's a gesture, but it's not with the intent, typically to die. And affective instability, this means you have a marked change in mood. So you can have really intense dysphoria. It can be brief, usually last a few hours. So for example, when he would feel depressed or be upset about something, he would have these thoughts that he would want to go out and kill, usually animals, to help relieve that stress, that dysphoria. So these thoughts of killing would come to his mind as part of that instability. 7 is chronic feelings of emptiness. So this is chronically feeling lonely. He told, there was a Henderson behavioral health therapist, Jared Benefield, and he said, yeah, I kind of feel lonely. He's described that to other folks, just kind of feeling chronically empty. And then 8 is inappropriate, intense anger or difficulty controlling the anger. So you can have frequent temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights. I've given you several examples of that, but if some of the other examples, if you read his Instagram post, I read the Instagram post, and I can just sum them up. And some of the things that he said to some of his peers and communicated the anger in the way that he did was extreme, inappropriate, intense anger. And I think he meets that criteria. The last one, which I do not think he met as far as how the manual suggests, is transient, what we call stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptoms. What does dissociative symptom mean? It means that you lose touch with reality or your context of your environment in some way. So sometimes people think of like, ooh, multiple personality disorder, kind of in the movies and the lay press. That would be kind of a huge extreme example. But there was not evidence that he's dissociated, lost touch with the world around him. And so I did not think he met that criteria.
Okay, so why is borderline personality applicable in this case, Dr. Scott?
Well, it's applicable in this case for a couple reasons. One, he meets the criteria. 2, that combination with the antisocial personality disorder, if you're trying to understand, why did he do this? People can wonder, people just don't do this. Why did he do this on that day? And a lot of characteristics of that borderline, remember again, it's not like a psychotic disorder or a mood disorder, are intense anger. When you feel maybe that you've been not respected, you've not been treated well, and that antisocial then personality disorder fuels the fire also that, well, this is how we're going to take care of this. This is how I'm going to do business. And so I think those two go hand in hand.
Okay. And the third thing you mentioned is malingering. What is malingering?
Yeah, so malingering we've covered, kind of to paraphrase it a little bit, but it is the gross exaggeration or faking of physical or psychological symptoms for the purpose of a secondary gain, which is a reason. So it could be, to get out of trouble, to get out of the military, to get into the hospital if you want a place to stay. There can be a lot of reasons a person may malinger. In forensics, almost pretty much every case I can think about, certainly one like this, if you're a good forensic evaluator and you're going to make an opinion about whether someone's underlying disorder did or did not cause them to commit murders, you have to do an evaluation of malingering, particularly in, certainly a case like this. And it is a really significant part of forensic evaluation.
Okay. And is malingering actually defined in the DSM-5 TR?
It is. It is included in a section called Other Focus of Clinical Attention. So it's not a mental disorder. So just because someone may make up something or fake something, it doesn't mean they're mentally ill, but it is included in the manual, so it's not a mental disorder, so that we have a way to say, this person doesn't have a mental disorder, they're faking it. And so that's why it's in the manual.
Okay. And Dr. Scott, you evaluated the defendant, Nikolas Cruz, for 3 days in this case, correct?
Yes.
At any time, did you feel that he was trying to manipulate you?
Well, certainly there were times during the evaluation where on the clinical part of the interview, I felt he was reporting kind of extreme mental health symptoms that were highly atypical, extreme physical symptoms that were highly atypical and not supported by the records. So if someone says, I've done X, Y, and Z, and I'm doing this, since I was a kid, and you have all the records and none of that happened, that's an example of malingering or manipulation in some way. Yes, so I did think so.
Okay, and did you find any evidence of malingering?
Yes, there was robust evidence that he was malingering during my examination, but also during Dr. Denny's examination.
Okay. What is the significance of the Yale, like Yale University, Brown, like Brown University, obsessive compulsive score?
Right. So I had gone through the mental health records, and one of the diagnoses, at least recorded in the record, he had been recorded with a diagnosis called attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, kind of summed up as ADHD. But one record also noted that he might have something called OCD, which stands for obsessive compulsive disorder. So if you've ever watched the show Hoarders, that would be an example kind of huge collection that's kind of under that category. These people may have real difficulties with a range of things. So they have to count every crack. They have to do the light switch 4 times or they can't leave. They have to, it's really kind of a thought that's intrusive. A behavior may be associated with it. So I thought, well, I see this is listed in the record. I never saw any of the true signs and symptoms of that. Where I think that came up is there were times he would ask his mother repeatedly to use the Xbox, kind of in obsessive way. But that's not the same thing. Can I play the Xbox? Can I play the Xbox? That doesn't mean you have a mental disorder in and of itself. So I gave him the structured interview. It's not like a psychological test that comes out with a score, but it lists a range of different possible obsessions and possible compulsions, like every possible one you can almost think of to make sure you're being thorough.
Okay. And what did that tell you?
He endorsed an extremely high number as present, when in reality, the records did not support that at all, not the ways he was describing.
And the significance of that?
That would be consistent with malingering OCD or that psychiatric symptom.
Okay. And how about, what's the significance of the trauma symptom inventory too that you
so the trauma symptom inventory, I administered it. Dr. Denny ultimately scored it, but I'm familiar with the instrument. I know the interpretation. This is an instrument that does have what we call validity scales. That's a term you're going to hear a lot about probably in the next couple days. So what a validity scale means and why it can be important in a test is the person presenting their symptoms in a truthful, valid manner or not? And so some tests don't have validity scales. You can't see if the report is valid or not. So if I opened up my DSM and I went around to the jury and asked you, do you have this symptom, this symptom, this symptom, and you answer everyone yes, you're just answering yes, but I don't have a scale to see if you're answering it honestly or not. So validity scales and certain instruments help explain that to the evaluator, all right? So for the TSI-2, it stands for Trauma Symptom Inventory 2, he has to go through and answer a lot of symptoms that may be related if he had prior history of trauma. And so I administered it, and the scoring came out that he over-endorsed so many symptoms. Over-endorsed means he reported symptoms that are highly unusual to have that many by any one person, and so the scoring came out that it was atypical. So atypical reporting of symptoms, way too many, so it cast concern about him reporting kind of traumatic symptoms honestly. And so that would be another piece of evidence suggesting malingering or faking as well.
Okay, and how about the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, better known as the MMPI-3?
Yeah, so there's another self-report inventory. It helps measure kind of personality features and has many clinical scales on it. There's a third version out. I administered it. Dr. Denny, who is the neuropsychologist, did the final scoring. But I'm aware of the scoring and reviewed the scoring. This too has validity scales in it. This is why this instrument is very important in doing a forensic evaluation. And let me tell you a little bit about some of these validity scales in this. So they have scales. One's called the F scale, and it's looking at, stands for the infrequency scale, how many kind of symptoms is a person reporting that are really kind of infrequent out there, right, in general. There's another scale called the FP scale, and that's looking at, are they reporting symptoms that even people in an inpatient unit, an inpatient psychiatry unit, would not endorse or would be extreme or highly unlikely. So now we're comparing him to the most severe psychiatric populations that have been tested in the country. You have to understand, I was in a room with him for 21 hours, so I can observe how does he present versus how does he answer on the testing. And although I'm a physician, we don't have a blood test for lying, but the MMPI is as pretty much close as you get. He scored extremely high on those validity scales, indicating that he was over-endorsing mental health symptoms, which really raised the question about the symptoms that he presented.
Okay. And how about the personality assessment inventory, or the PAI?
Yeah, the PAI is similar in some ways to the MMPI in that it has validity scales. It's looking at people over-reporting or not. And Dr. Denny's interpretation of that was that it also was highly atypical and over-reporting.
And how about the clinical assessment of attention, the CAT-A?
Yeah, so this one was interesting because one of the questions that has come up, and I thought a fair look needed to be done into it, was this issue of ability to concentrate, to attend. He was diagnosed with ADHD, attention deficit disorder, from a young age. And he may or may not have some, lingering symptoms over time of that. So this is another self-report where they have given it to people with legitimate ADHD, confirmed, not in the midst of a legal case or trial where they'd have no reason to amp up their symptoms. So we know what a large, database looks like. And then you can compare his response. And again, his response was extremely high, highly unusual. Dr. Denny, I believe's interpretation of it was that it was consistent with malingering and exaggerated.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review the SIMS, which is the structured inventory of malingered symptomatology?
Symptomatology, it's a hard one. Anyway, so yes, so the SIMS is 75 true-false questions. And again, this one has 5 different subscales on it. And so it can be useful because rather than just looking, are they over-reporting a false belief or some other unusual symptom, we can now break it into different categories. So some of the scales on these are like amnesia, low intelligence, maybe a learning impairment, psychosis, or an affective, also known as a mood disorder. And so the cutoff score to suggest that they may be malingering, and you want to look at other testing to see if it coincides with that. And we have a lot of other testing looking at that. The cutoff score is greater than 14. He scored a 31, twice the cutoff score, extremely high. He also scored on every single subscale, including like the amnesia, which I have problems remembering, or I don't remember this and that. He also scored over the cutoff on that subscale as well.
Okay, and I think there was a clip with reference to the boot and the gun.
Yeah, so one of the things that you can malinger in different ways, and one human being can also malinger in different ways. So let me tell you kind of like the two main categories. So one category of malingering is presenting lots of terrible symptoms that you may have, all right? And so he did that on a lot of the testing. Another way of faking is kind of faking good. So it would be not taking responsibility and saying, oh no, that wasn't my problem. I didn't do that, so you're malingering well. You're trying to fake and present what we call a positive impression. You're trying to create, I love this term, it's called impression management. You're trying to manage the people around you by putting yourself in a positive light and manage them. So this clip, we're talking about a swastika that was placed and it was into evidence, it was related to the offense. There's a swastika on the boot. There's a swastika on one of the magazines. So I'm asking him about where did the swastika come from? What does it mean? Who put it on there? Now, I've read depositions of other individuals who they've testified they did not put the swastika on the gun or the boot. And then I'm going to ask him, how did this come from? You'll see what he acknowledges, but you'll also see how he, and you can judge, what answer does he give you when I say, what is the swastika, what did it mean to you? You know, you went into the school, it's on your gun, it's on your boot. On the day that you killed 17 people and shot 17 others, what was the purpose of the swastika? And I think the clip will speak for itself.
Yeah. Clip 4, please, Aaron.
And any time where someone might have thought you were carving like a swastika on a table or something like that?
My friends told me to do that, and they did it as well. And I did that for attention. And anything that I drew swastika or said nasty remarks about race or gender equality or anything like that, it was all for attention.
Okay.
And that magazine, I'm sure you know about it. It was like, I had a magazine with a swastika on it for my AR.
Yeah.
I didn't write that at all.
Where'd that come from?
Jameson Todd asked me if he wanted to draw a swastika on it. And so I said, sure.
Okay, so he
I didn't think any of it.
So he drew the swastika on the magazine?
Yeah. We were just chilling out. He said, it's cool if I draw a swastika on your mag. I said, sure.
Okay. And was that magazine used on the day of the offense?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it left there like at the scene?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
And then someone told me I had a swastika on my boot. I did do that, but that was for attention.
Okay. When did you put the swastika on the boot?
Probably half a month before.
Okay. And what kind of attention can you get from having a swastika on you?
Negative or positive. It can be used either way because the swastika was used in Native American as a peace symbol. And then when the Germans saw, I guess they took it up themselves and they made it into a symbolic symbol, which was really stupid because it was a Native American peace symbol.
Okay. But when you would put on your shoe for attention, which of those two was it most likely to kind of connect to or represent?
Mostly peace.
Okay.
All right, so his presentation, and there's a history of him with a swastika on the book bag, with a FN word. There's searches prior to this crime on the internet related to a range of things related to swastika. And in the course of my interview, although the swastika was on the magazine and the boot at the time he killed 17 people, he said it was there for the intent of peace. And so sometimes that just doesn't sort of seem, in my opinion, consistent with what the record showed.
Okay. And did you make any other observations during your evaluation, Dr. Scott, that were inconsistent with the psychological and neurological testing?
Yes. So prior to interviewing Mr. Cruz, I had read a good bit of evaluation material. I did have access to a good bit of the defense testing as well. And so it was unclear to me how he might present intellectually based on kind of what was written. And so I wondered, could he even read? How did he read? What was his actual level of functioning? So I did start off fairly basic to try to assess that. And then as the interview went, I was with him for almost 21 hours. I came to learn more about how he thought. And I think some of the clips describe that.
Yes. Aaron, clip 5B, please.
Okay, I'll fill it. So before you do that, I'm just going to check your reading, okay, a little bit. Do you like reading, Nick? Okay. And so I'm going to ask you to read out a few things out loud. You can give me the pen back for a minute. And I just want to make sure you can read all these questions, okay, all right? So I'm just checking out your reading. So let's see. I don't know if you like African animals or anything like that, but this is a book.
I like it.
This is a book on. Let's see if I can find one that might be interesting to you.
Anything really.
Do you like reading, or do you like animals, or what's?
I like animals.
Okay, let's do this one. I just want to have you read out a little bit for me. Here we go.
Yeah.
You might need your glasses because.
You need me to take off my mask or anything?
No. Okay. So just start kind of here and read the first couple paragraphs for me.
You got it. Indeed, when it comes to the question of which land animal is fastest, a cheetah wins paws down. It relies on its record-setting speed to chase down prey. Unlike other cats, a cheetah usually hunts during the day. Cat does its best to get within 150 feet of its potential prey, which is less than half the length of an American football field, and then quickly revs up to a sprint. If the cheetah succeeds in bringing down its target, it clamps its jaws down on the animal's throat, cutting it off its air supply. Before digging in, the cat usually moves its meal to an area by a tree.
Okay, you're doing fine, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that if I gave you this questionnaire, you could read all the questions, but I'm confident you can. So,
okay, so the point of that was, before I can administer some of the questionnaires, I have to make sure he can read at a certain level. It wouldn't be fair if you just hand them a questionnaire and then it could be like random scoring or stuff. So that book is at the appropriate age level where he could do, the testing that followed. So I did the testing after. And so that's not like extremely high level reading. I'm not trying to suggest that it is, but it's at least at like the beginning junior high kind of level, and he did fine with it. So it was fine for him to do all the testing questions.
Okay, and then there came a time you were discussing chess, correct?
Yes, so at some point, he mentioned that he had become familiar with chess. He described that he wasn't necessarily a great player. What I was really interested in was, because sometimes people may boast about things and maybe they can't do it, right? And so I wanted to see if he could name the chess pieces and name the moves, which is more than a lot of folks in the general population are aware of or could do.
Okay, Aaron, 6B2, please.
and any other counselings that you can remember? You talked about Jared. Any other?
Yeah, there was like a woman that wanted me to get into chess. And she also wanted me to try to punch a pillow, see if that would help relieve any stress.
Right.
There was also.
And did you end up playing chess?
No.
Yeah, or can you play chess?
It wasn't my interest. I didn't even play it right. I've only learned that I was playing wrong throughout my years.
Okay. And can you play chess now?
I'm not very good at it.
Yeah. Tell me what you remember about some of the different names of the chess pieces. What are some of the names?
Oh, we got the rook, we got the king, the queen, the knights. Oh, the other one. I forgot what bishop.
Okay.
And the pawns.
Okay. That sounds like all of them. And do they move in different ways?
Yeah, they move in different ways.
Okay.
The knight goes like in like an L form.
Okay.
The king goes pretty much anywhere, but only one spot at a time. The queen can go anywhere on the chessboard. I think the bishop goes sideways, and then the rooks just go up or left and right.
Okay.
I think that's about it.
Do they allow you to play chess in here at all?
Yeah.
And who do you get to play chess with?
My sight doctor.
Okay. And are you able to, how do you do?
Terrible.
Terrible.
I think he's cheating somehow.
How do you mean?
Huh? He always uses his queen.
He always uses his queen?
Yeah, he always uses his queen.
What does that mean? I don't play chess, so.
So the queen is probably the most powerful piece on the board, so he uses that a lot, and he always gets me with it.
Okay.
And then we play Uno, and I usually crack up jokes with him. It's pretty fun.
Okay. And which doctor is this? What's his name?
Dr. K.
How do you spell last name? K, you said?
Yeah, I call him Dr. K. I can't pronounce his full name.
Okay. Is he a treating doctor here?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So what do we learn from that? Maybe he's not the greatest player. I don't know. But what he can do is he can remember the names of pieces. He remembers them accurately. He can remember the moves. He even said at the end, the queen is very powerful, and he uses the queen. So there was at least an understanding of basic moves, basic memory of those. So he can, there are three things that you have to have for a memory. And if he's described as having a memory impairment, we look at those in different ways outside of the testing. A person can do bad on testing, but in reality can do good in life. So can he observe? That's number one. Where you observe something, can you store it? That's number two. Number three is, can you recall it? So this taught me that he has all three stages, at least that aspect of memory: observe, store, recall. And then it even had kind of more of an abstractive ability, which is sort of understanding the different moves and maybe some of the strategy.
Okay. And then there was the Zimbardo study. What's that?
Yeah, so there was, and I don't know if any of you ever took 101 psychology in college or maybe in grad school, but there's a really famous, interesting study, and I think it was in my Psych 101, and the premise of the study was sometimes called the Stanford study, I think, where you have like half the class or the people that are in the study, they're said, hey, you're going to be an inmate in this study. And the other half are said, hey, you're going to be a correctional officer in this study. And so they're separated, and there might be like a wall between them. I'm kind of simplifying it. And you don't see, if you're the correctional officer in the study, you're not a real correctional officer, but you know what I mean, you're role playing. And so you're told, okay, you can dial up a certain amount of pain, and other people will feel this, and somehow there's an incentive for doing that or not. And then at what level will people placed in a position of authority dial up the pain? And then and it's high, by the way, if there's something associated with that. And then they reversed it. And so the people who had been the inmates in the study then become the correctional officers. And then they see, will they do the same? And they do. And so this, he mentions this. He may get some of the wording a little wrong, but it's a high concept to appreciate that this is a study examining how authority in certain situations can corrupt. So you wouldn't expect someone that didn't have an abstractive ability, reasoning, significantly impaired functioning to kind of understand that complexity. It's oftentimes taught at like even a college level.
Okay, and that's to be Aaron, please.
Did you ever take any kind of psychology or Psych 101?
Oh yeah, I did take psychology. I actually scored pretty well.
Okay.
And I passed the test too.
Okay. And that was at the Dave Thomas campus?
OCLC.
OCLC.
Yep.
And so
The only
OCLC.
class I actually passed any.
Okay. What kind of things did they teach in the psychology class?
Well, they didn't teach anything. It was just basically we were just doing things on the computer.
Yeah. What kind of topics on the computer were there?
People with mental health, past tests, such as the one where they practiced this test on prisoners and guards. So basically what happened was there was this test back in, I think, the 80s or 60s, and they had like a bunch of inmates become security guards, and security guards become the inmates. And it didn't turn out well, actually. The security guards turned against the inmates and treated them horribly, which came up with a theory that if you put someone in a situation and under certain circumstances, they'll abuse that power.
Yeah, it's a famous study, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is the key point. Like if I had a college student write that answer for what was the meaning of that study, that would get credit for it. That's exactly what it meant. So it showed he had that reasoning ability.
Okay. And about, excuse me, memory recall.
Well, there were his memory recall in many different ways was demonstrated during the exam. So it's interesting dichotomy because, and I watched this with Dr. Denny's eval, happened to me at some points during mine, you ask him a question, oh, I have a terrible memory, I really can't recall. And so I reflected on that because I'd seen that some of the testing results also suggested that, you know, he may have some impairments in memory. So there were situations that came up during the interview that actually showed me he has a really good memory.
Okay, Aaron, would you please play 1B?
What kind of books are you reading now?
I have a book of maps. I'm trying to figure out what's happening in Ukraine. They're attacking on 4 sides, the Russians.
Yeah, and so it sounds like you're able to get some news while you're in here.
Terrible news.
Yeah, and so you have a map, and you even sort of heard on the news about.
They're getting close to the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv.
Yeah, tell me what you've learned on the news about what's happening with this.
Well, so far I heard that Putin ordered a missile strike near the capital.
Okay.
Killed 10 people.
Okay. Anything else you've learned?
I learned that the UN and all the other countries are afraid that if they cut Putin in the back corner, he might release nuclear weapons.
Okay. And from what you've learned about your history and you have this map book.
I actually know a lot about him, actually. He did judo. He had trouble in school.
This is Putin we're talking about?
Yeah, he actually told the newscast that he couldn't go into the KGB. They had to find him. He couldn't find them. Like, he had to go through this whole process in order to go there.
Yeah. How'd you learn all this?
They had a book on a book card about him.
Oh, okay. On the book card here?
Yeah, his father served in World War II. Before that, he had a grandfather who served in World War I. Or a godfather, I don't know, I can't remember. His mother lived in St. Petersburg, Russia. When the war came, his father almost got captured. He managed to escape and make it back to the borderline with Russia, but Stalin ordered him to go back to the front line, so that's what he did. He got injured, and then he worked on the farm for the rest of his life until his mother gave birth to him. He has 2 daughters. He got married, I think it's 1969.
This is Putin we're talking about?
Yeah, he had a tough life.
Okay.
Yeah, his first wife he wanted to get married at a young age, but he didn't. He kind of regretted, but tries not to think about it. He didn't really talk about it too much, his relationship, but he had a hard life. When the USSR was falling, he was in East Germany. He was behind back work as a KGB agent. He was pretty much getting information from back from the States and Russia, USSR. But no one was really following any orders by the time the fall of the Berlin Wall was happening. Actually, where he was working, all the mobs from East Germany went into the building, tried to figure out who was KGB or not.
Okay.
And he managed to escape. He managed to get some guards, and he went back to Russia, where he worked his way up to becoming president of Russia.
Okay. And from your reading and knowledge, how do you think things are going to turn out?
I'm hoping maybe he does the right decision and calls for a ceasefire, and that he apologizes to the Ukrainian government and offers them assistance in rebuilding the country.
Okay.
It's probably his best option.
Okay. From what you read about him, what do you think the likelihood is he'll take that option?
I think he'll figure something out.
Okay.
That's just me, my personal opinion. He might cause for a ceasefire.
Okay.
I hope so. That's what I'm hoping, maybe within a year or so. I don't think he's going to capture it by the end of the week. Ukraine? No, I don't think he is.
Okay, so really several important things important about that clip. You may think it's just to talk about Putin, but it's not. It's a big important part of, or an important part of the evaluation. One, and something I haven't mentioned, and so I'm at fault for that, is one of the things that we look at if someone has a pervasive developmental disorder or a neurodevelopmental disorder, particularly in the category of autism, is there's both verbal things you look at as far as how they communicate and nonverbal. So one of the nonverbals that you're looking at is, does the person make eye contact? Another is, I kind of overdo it, but do they use their hands in an expressive way or not? And so if you see future clips of that, and here it was quite, he oftentimes uses his hands, he's describing things. So this is not characteristic of autism. It is not characteristic of pervasive developmental disorder. He is communicating, he's making eye contact, he's describing. So I just wanted to make sure you learned that from that clip. The other thing is he read a book about Putin, and that was an impressive amount of information. I certainly didn't know that much about Putin. There was a lot of information that came out from that, and he did make a couple of errors. I think he got the wedding wrong or the wedding year wrong on that, and maybe a few other, maybe one other, not exactly on target, but that was a tremendous amount of detail. So this takes it to a different level. It's not just that he can read the book, like when he read the book about the cheetah. He can read a higher level book on a complicated, issue and remember it later and then recall accurately a lot of the facts. The third point I wanted to bring out about this clip is when we talk about abstraction, some people test abstraction by saying, how did they do in a proverb? So you give them a proverb. What does it mean when people say, don't cry over spilled milk? And if they don't do well on that, then you say, oh, they can't interpret. Their brain may be somewhat restricted. Another way to look at abstraction, though, is from the knowledge you've learned about Putin or about whatever you've learned in life, how do you apply that in a reasoning manner that indicates you can't abstract? Towards the end, and remember, my interview was on March the 1st, so this was either on March 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. I don't remember which day this came from, but the invasion had only been about 6 days prior. So he got a lot of projection about what he thought the anticipated outcomes would be. It's not going to happen, in 6 months, a year. He's right. I hope he doesn't threaten nuclear. He's right. He may have to find a way out. He's right, if he can. So a lot of application of real life learning and reasoning in that clip.
Okay. And there was also, did you use some memory call for abstract reasoning?
Yes, and so that helped describe it as well.
Okay. Clip 3B, please, Aaron.
So tell me about that. You mentioned that earlier this morning.
So in order to go in the military and get a good job in the military, you have to score high on the ASVAB first. The ASVAB is a crazy test.
Tell me about some of the questions and what it was like. Best you remember.
Here, I can write down some.
Okay. Let me take out this piece of paper. I've never taken it, so I don't...
It's crazy tough.
Okay, give me some examples.
Okay. I didn't even do too well, so see that? Try and come up with a question I could. Let's see. Something like that, like tough, really tough questions.
Let me see what you wrote here.
Those are just small examples. It gets really, really complicated and tough.
So what is a H2O molecule? What's this right here?
All right, let me see. What is a H2O molecule of water?
Of water. And what would your answer be to something like that?
Hydrogen, and what was the other one? Helium, I believe.
Okay, and then what does this say?
Who was Josephine during the French Revolution?
And what's the answer to that?
It was Napoleon's ex-wife.
And then And then this last one?
What's the square root of 256?
And what's an answer to that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Made up.
But would these be questions, are these exact questions from that test or just similar to what?
Those are simple questions. I can't put in, give you a good one. It gets really complicated.
Okay, so a couple things. I was in the military, so there is a test that you can give called the ASVAB. I may be getting it wrong, but you know what I'm talking about. And he did poorly on that in reality when he took it in roughly the 10th grade at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. And so, and that's documented. What I'm asking here, though, is something different. This is a person that I might have had the impression couldn't maybe read that great or couldn't remember things, couldn't come up with an abstractive way to think about the world. And so I'm asking him about this test, and he volunteers to write the questions. I don't lead him. I don't ask him to do that. Important for a couple of reasons. One, again, autistic people, and I've worked in autism clinic at the University of California, San Francisco. He is initiating the interaction there. He's making eye contact. He reaches over. He has the behavior.
Sir, could you slow down a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, sorry. So he has the behavior that indicates that he's engaged and interactive. He then, out of his own mind, comes up with 3 separate questions. And the first one is, it's a science question, what is the H2O molecule of water? Well, that tells me that he does remember that H2O is the chemical symbol for water. He goes on to say it's either helium or hydrogen, so it shows a little bit more knowledge about the periodic table, even if he doesn't get every other aspect of the molecule of water. Number 2 is, who is Josephine related to the French Revolution? So now he's come up randomly with a history question, and then he answers it. And then the third one is a math question. So he's writing a sample screening academic test. And he has the square root, and the number that he chose, although he said he didn't know the answer, if you do the math on it, it actually is one of those that's a perfect. If you have a square root, it comes out with an actual number. So the odds of that, I guess it could happen, but it would be pretty unlikely. So this is multi-step thinking. I'm going to create a test. I'm going to think of 3 questions that I know the answers to and show them back to you out of his knowledge.
Okay. And then there was another clip about the description of an AR-15. Why was that significant?
Right. So part of this crime actually involved an AR-15. And so to what degree did he understand what an automatic weapon was, what an automatic weapon could do, and or was it just something that was beyond his control and he didn't? So I think that this clip helps illustrate his knowledge of the gun.
Okay, Aaron, clip 3, please.
Describe to me what, if someone knew nothing about guns, how would you explain to them what an AR-15 is?
An AR-15 is a long rifle, and it's used as a sporting rifle. It shoots in semi-automatic fire, and then there's fully automatic fire. Fully automatic fire is only meant for the military. No legal person is allowed to get it unless they have a firearms license or something like that in the state of Florida.
All right, and so, again, what's the difference between, for a complete novice, between a semi-automatic and a full automatic?
Fully automatic is continuous fire.
Okay.
And semi-automatic is single fire. So every time you pull the trigger, you only pull once.
Okay, so does that mean you have to pull for each time you fire it, or does it do it on its own?
So like that.
Okay.
While if in fully automatic, you just hold on as long as possible until the rounds are completely empty.
Okay.
Okay, and so he has a good bit of detailed knowledge about the AR-15. There are other parts of my interview where he discusses this weapon in more detail. He also acknowledges that each click of the trigger is a voluntary, you have to do it. You have to click it yourself. It doesn't just start shooting people on its own. So every click of that automatic weapon was automatic from his finger, but not from a mechanic of a gun. It's something he did.
Okay. And then you did something with visual spatial, the marksmanship?
Yes. So one of the other real-life practical areas you might want to examine are both hand-eye motor coordination and perhaps visual spatial relationships related to that. So he was in JROTC, and he did join and was on their marksmanship team. And so it is an aspect of measuring how good he is with aiming, with hand-eye coordination, and I thought this clip summarized that.
Aaron, 7B, please.
I think 10th, partially 10th.
You're right,
Yeah.
okay. So you went there, and how many people were in your class?
30 people at a time.
30 per class, and if you...
In JRTC in the morning, so we have different names for morning sessions in JRTC. The morning session I was in first year was really short. There was not that many kids, so we had a chance to speak, get to know one another, build up our confidence with each other.
Okay, so was your JROTC, was that your first class of the day?
Yeah.
And that's when you went, and I just want to make sure I got the years right, because you left there roughly when you hadn't quite finished the 11th grade, is that right?
I think so, yeah.
And then...
I was doing really well in that class.
In the JRTC?
Yeah.
So let's talk about that. Who was your teacher?
John DeMauro.
Okay, and I've never been in a
Sergeant John DeMauro.
In a JRTC class. So tell me what happens in a JRTC class.
JRTC is the short-term definition of JRTC is Junior Officer Training Corps.
Okay.
It's supposed to make you ready to go in the military, because that's what I wanted. I wanted to seek a military career in the K-9 unit. If not K-9 unit, then Army Ranger School. So I was trying to learn everything I can about the military. So the first step was to go into JRTC, take a class, learn marksmanship, because I wanted to experience that, just to get an idea of what it's like. And I learned a lot.
Okay, tell me what you learned about marksmanship.
I learned how to shoot a gun. I learned how to zero in a rifle.
What does zero in a rifle mean? I don't know what that means.
It means to shoot dead center or shoot on impact. Where you want to shoot your target, like, see that bottle?
Yeah.
If you wanted to shoot the top of that, you're supposed to zero it in, so you keep shooting it until you're able to get the cap off or something like that. That's when you're ready.
Okay, what type of training gun or whatever did they use?
We didn't do anything that you see on TV.
No?
No. What we did was we sat on a platform, like a little green thing, and then we set up our rifles. We put on these little things around our arms, and we had some sort of air pellet gun, which I think functioned on CO2 gas. So we had cylinders in it. So you pull back the thing, and then you're supposed to put it in the thing, and you're supposed to let go. And then you look, and it's supposed to hit the target about 10 meters. So we set up these targets 10 meters. And there's prone, kneeling, and then standing.
Okay.
And
three different positions you have to learn?
3 positions, yeah.
And
For that particular
how did they determine if you were good or not?
You have to shoot a target at 10 meters the size of a dime or a quarter.
Okay.
It actually decreased in size over the years. I don't know if I heard it's a penny now.
Okay. So overall, how did you do as a mark in that class or in that JROTC? Were you
Well, I
a
was
good
in
shot?
the top. I was in the top one. I was probably the third or fourth one from being top in the class.
Okay.
The females are a lot better at shooting than men.
And that's because?
They're just better shooters.
Okay.
Even the Marines did their own study on that. It's true. Women are better shooters than men.
Okay. And so, anything else you learned in that class?
I learned leadership skills. I learned.
Give me some example of some leadership skills.
Whenever someone's in need, you're supposed to go up to them and make sure they're all right. If someone were to challenge you in a fight, you're supposed to walk away from it. If you're marching and someone falls down, you're supposed to help them up. And if someone's having issues with some sort of class, you're supposed to help them out.
Okay.
Supposed to stick up for one another. That's what theirs is about.
Okay.
All right. Couple things important about that clip. One of them I think stands out pretty clearly, and that is he understands about sighting a weapon, aiming a weapon. He can do fairly well, hit a target, and so that's a skill that he had and knowledge that he had prior to February 14th. The other thing is kind of at the end, and maybe it's subtle, maybe it's not, but when he talks about the leadership skills that he had learned, these are coping skills and things, how you handle a situation that he was aware of, had learned in class prior to February the 14th, 2018. So you help someone up if they fall down. You walk away if there's a bad sort of incident. So it's not that he didn't know or understand that he did. It's just that with the antisocial personality disorder, they don't care. That's just not what they would do, even if they know that's what they're supposed to do.
Okay, Dr. Scott, you indicated earlier on one of the numerous items that you reviewed were the birth records of Nikolas Cruz. What did you learn from reviewing the birth records?
Yes, I reviewed both the adoption records and his birth records. So from the birth records, I learned quite a bit. And
I'm going to show you, and I showed you this first, right? Yeah. Okay. These are already in evidence, but I wanted to show you particularly page 186, 187, 184, and 185. Dr. Scott, let me know if you have reviewed those pages and what you've learned from them.
Right, so I have reviewed this. I'll start with 186.
Okay.
And so 186 is kind of a form where they record information about his birth and the birthing process in and of itself. And on this form, it does note sometimes the umbilical cord can wrap around a little baby's neck. And the real question is if rather that causes harm or not to the baby, it can be benign or it can be not so good, does it form what we call a knot? And so they have a checklist on here, and that does not, a knot was not formed here. He did have 3 times the umbilical cords around him, but not in a way that it would have compromised his airway. It's a poor photocopy, but I know what his APGAR scores are. The APGAR scores are on here, and these are 5 ways you can monitor kind of a baby's quick reaction. They aren't necessarily predictive of long-term neurodevelopmental outcomes with an APGAR in and of itself, but it was developed as a screener, and his scores were 8 at 1 minute and 9 at 5 minutes. The other thing that is noted on this form is babies, sometimes when they come out, sometimes they can breathe spontaneously on their own. That's what we hope happens. That's the most common way. And so they checked that he did have spontaneous respiration, and they also checked that they did, which is also commonly done, bulb suction. So if a baby might have a fluid known as meconium in the amniotic fluid, typically the doctor or nurse might have a little bulb suction to make sure, quick in the mouth, and that's called suction. And that's what it looks like. The other thing is it did note that he had some meconium in the amniotic fluid. You may already know that that can be kind of part of a baby's bowel movement or other areas, and you can test the meconium and for drugs. And I understand it may be in another document, but his meconium was tested. It can test up to 90 days before. It's an actual scientific test, and he tested negative for exposure to drugs in the meconium. So things that would typically be tested would be things like cocaine or methamphetamine, maybe opioids or other drugs, and there was no evidence of that from the meconium report.
And you mentioned the AFGAR score of 8 and 9. What does that mean?
Those are normal scores. The score that was 0 at 1 minute was that his color was off, but his heart rate was fine, so it's not related to his heart stopping. His respiratory effort was fine, so it's not related to him having troubles breathing. His muscle tone and reflexes were good, but sometimes baby come out and they aren't fully pink yet. And so you score it. Are they more bluish, partially blue, or fully pink? So by 5 minutes, he's now, the body is pink, but some of the extremities are still blue.
And what about the mask?
So there is, under the resuscitation, it says he had spontaneous respiration. Here, they say there's no bag or mask, but there's an area on the second piece, it's number 187, and it says resuscitation and that they put oxygen on him. And it's common, particularly if your color's a little blue, even if your heart's going okay and you're breathing, you put a little mask on the baby, and so I think that's what they did. They put an oxygen mask on him, and they noted that. But they also noted that he had spontaneous breathing from the get-go.
Anything else from the birth records?
Yes. So just to double check the other things he had a physician report, so they're checking him out, and everything was normal. They checked that his neurologic was normal on the physician's report of the child. His heart and lungs were normal. He went to a regular kind of baby unit or maternal ward, did not go to NICU. There was no evidence that he had to be resuscitated and needed to have NICU, neonatal intensive care unit treatment. There is a checklist on one of the pieces of paper that said, quote, stimulation. So if you work in a delivery room, stimulation can be checked as a lot of different things you can do when the baby. So rubbing the skin would be stimulation. Wrapping them could be a stimulation. It does not mean that they had electrocardiac conversion, like they were, their heart stopped and you had to paddle them. It's just a way to stimulate the baby after they're born. And there's a range of ways you can do that.
So your conclusion of reading the birth records, Dr. Scott?
This was a normal weight, healthy baby boy that did not appear to have been exposed to drugs in the 3 months or so prior to his delivery, who spontaneously breathed. They put oxygen because he was a little blue than pinkish, and went off to the regular unit.
Okay. And you mentioned the adoption record, so I'd like to show you now of those adoption records, pages 310, 319, 320, 396, 399, 31, 32, 23, 284, and 197, and 319, Doctor. Have you reviewed those pages before?
I did.
Okay, I'd like to, Curtis, I should review these, right? Correct?
Yep.
Okay. Show you these. Tell us what your review of those indicated, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Cruz's mother put her baby up, as you know, for adoption. And so she has to fill out initially, probably around the first trimester or at the end of 3 months, a form gathering medical information about her pregnancy. And one of the questions says, when did prenatal care begin? Third month. have you consumed any alcohol during the pregnancy? And she said, on this document, before 5 weeks, and she drank beer 3 times a week. And so on this document, she's acknowledging that she drank beer, but this is during the initial 5 weeks, not through the first 3 months. And she does, though, acknowledge that she is smoking cigarettes. So that's on there as well. So she's not completely denying everything. She said, I did drink beer, didn't after 5 weeks, but I am smoking cigarettes. There also is another checklist around this time that asks a whole bunch of different drugs, medicines, and which ones has she done or not at this point, and it says beer, 5 weeks of pregnancy. So again, it's consistent with that prior document.
Okay.
There are other documents, if it's just easier for me to point out.
Okay, go ahead. What page are you talking about?
I'm on page now 396.
Okay.
So on page 396, this is where they're actually doing the first intake. So the birth mother intake, I think they're evaluating, is she a good candidate to put a baby up for adoption and getting some background information. So on this document, they note that the mom's height is 5'3", so she's short-ish compared. I don't want to insult anybody, but she's on the shorter end there. And she's 3 months pregnant at the time. It does note that under prenatal care, that through the health department, and they have that she's taking vitamins, Medicaid's involved. So it looks like she was on vitamins at least at the time on 3/11/1998 when this intake was done. And also it notes that her 11-year-old daughter is living with the grandmother. On page 399, so I'm going to move on. Those are the key facts.
I wanted to talk about the visits.
Okay, yeah. So this is, it's kind of hard to read, but I'm familiar with it. This is a list of the different prenatal visits that she had after she has the intake and she gets involved in the system. It also has a list of the different drug screens that she had during the course of her being evaluated and treated. And so it does have at least, it looks like 4 prenatal visits noted on here, and also, hard to read, 4 urine drug screens as well. So it looks like she was monitored throughout. One of the things that when you read through the entire adoption file that's very interesting is at some point she got arrested and she went to jail. So she had to, as a condition of her arrest, she had to have random urinalysis. Now, I've worked in a probation clinic, and there's a reason if you have someone go back in the community, they're on a random. That means something versus scheduled. The reason that we follow people for a random urinalysis is if they know the day they have to come in to be tested, they could, for example, have someone else maybe give them their urine and they could hide it and bring it in. A random urinalysis, and that's how it was noted in the notes, is very different. You don't tell the person. You show up, maybe they'll have it that day, maybe they won't, so that they can't smuggle in someone else's urine. I mean, we know that can be an issue, so that's why hers was ordered and noted as a random urinalysis. And those were noted in the record as negative. In addition to these prenatal visits, there were actually more. When you read, there are over 1,000 adoption pages just in this part of the file. But she also had follow-up for a sonogram. There was one time where she thought she might have a little spot bleeding, and so they called the hospital and or the clinic, and talked to her obstetrician. About a month prior, she thought she was having a premature contraction, so she was hospitalized briefly at a local hospital. So that's another monitoring where people could have seen if she was actively using drugs or alcohol. And in the month prior, she was also in a residential and a treatment facility of drugs and alcohol, which should make her use much less likely. And in the birth records, though I didn't mention it, there was no evidence that Nikolas was born with alcohol, that he was withdrawing from alcohol, that his vital signs indicated any kind of withdrawal from alcohol, and nor were they, if we get to the mother's OBGYN records on delivery, that she was in alcohol withdrawal of any kind either.
Okay. How about admitting to alcohol by the birth mother in the records? Did you see any of that?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Admitting to drinking alcohol.
Yes, in different ways. So there is a form. And I used to help fill out some of these forms when I was a med student and an intern when I worked on OBGYN, which kind of summarizes when they come in and when they leave. And so I want to get to the form when she first came in, because this is the discharge form. And let me find that real quick. Here it is. It's page 31 of 1450. So this is her intake form. And so you screen typically for a mom when they come in to having a baby, and you ask them questions on admission. So they ask her, are you smoking? She said yes, she smokes about 3/4 a pack a day. And then there's alcohol and street drugs. And they've written across that denies. All right, so on the admission, she is denying that. And then on her discharge paperwork, there are two aspects of this top part of the form. And one says, did she have anything, it's called significant prenatal history. So as a physician, if I think a mom's been drinking heavily, maybe the worst case I've ever seen in my life with alcohol, or there's concern about that, or they've reported that to me, that's where alcohol drinking typically would go. That would be your standard practice to have under significant prenatal history. Instead, there's another section which talks about psychosocial history. This means things, because they separate out prenatal versus psychosocial, things that you may have done in the past. And it does say there, patient admits to alcohol abuse, but we don't know the time frame. What we do know is they didn't write that under the prenatal time frame, but states recently in treatment. So it's unclear to me from these records, was she really drinking as much as people may have interpreted from saying she had a history of alcohol use when it's not noted under the prenatal history. So I thought that was relevant as well. There's another document that records, and I may need a little help finding it, her weight when she came in and what her pregnancy weight was. And I'm just going to take a moment because I think it's important as well. And I'm looking for that number. While someone may be looking for that, I did want to mention the document that we had left out. There is a document that has her pregnancy weight, and she had a substantial gain of weight, not loss of weight. I think it was maybe 177 pounds, and her pre-pregnancy weight was around 140 or something. So I know the records indicate there is a note that she lost weight between visits. We don't know how much weight she lost, but she overall had an appropriate significant amount of weight gain. And then one document I failed to mention, but it's an extremely important document, is number 197. And you may or may not know, she was at one point arrested one night with a colleague of hers, and there was arrest for possession of cocaine or something to the effect of that charge. So this was at night. She got taken to the jail. Again, I've worked in jails. And so she had a blood alcohol level drawn. And if you're thinking about the best test for if you're heavily drinking or not, and you're out at night, maybe you're scoring or not scoring cocaine or whatever reason you were there, what was her blood alcohol on this random night where she was picked up? And it was 0. There's no evidence she was drinking that day. So there's not evidence from the birth record other than a past psychosocial history. There's not evidence from the jail record when she was randomly picked up and it was noted as 0. There's not evidence of alcohol withdrawal in her or the baby. And then over the course of while she was monitored for her pregnancy, so this is number 284, page 284, they did draw some blood work. So it's called a CBC. So it's a differential of different types. So there are 2 ways to look at alcohol exposure in an individual. One way is you can draw the blood and what was their blood alcohol level? Was it 0? You could breathe. What was their blood alcohol level? That's called a direct biomarker. It's direct. We're measuring the alcohol. There's another measure called an indirect biomarker. And that is, we know, think about it, alcohol can affect the kidney, right? So maybe if you're drinking a lot, the liver, your liver goes up or your liver enzymes get bad, but it can also affect the red blood cells. So one test that not always, I want to be clear and fair, not always gets elevated with chronic alcohol abuse, but often does, is something that's a particular measure of the size of the red blood cell. And so she had that test done during the course of her pregnancy, and it's completely normal. It's below the cutoff of what is commonly seen if people are chronically abusing alcohol. So is the test perfect? No. Could she have been using it possibly in that particular test? That's possible, but it's another data point along the way. We have negative blood in the jail. We have a test that doesn't compute. We've got multiple examples of her saying no. We have admit that says denies, though has a past psychosocial history. So it raised questions to me about what was in reality the severity of the alcohol. And one of the things that I thought, made me pause and think about Mr. Cruz's mother and what was her thought or intent, or how did it relate to giving up this baby for adoption? Did she care for him? Did she not? She's working with an attorney that is helping place him with Mr. Cruz's adopted mother. And there's a note that's written in those records where she talks about she really would like to follow up with Nick after he's born to at least see how he's doing so that if he ever needs, and I think the word is a liver or a kidney, but she expresses concern. So I tried to balance in my mind a picture of someone who seems sort of almost reckless in how they're behaving with alcohol and drugs, has been alleged, versus trying to follow up to make sure her baby's okay, and if in the future anything was needed, she wanted to sort of at least touch base. So that just helped me give a context of all the information.
Okay. And Dr. Scott, you mentioned earlier when the items that you reviewed, you indicated prior mental health evaluations by child psychologists and child psychiatrists, correct?
Yes.
So what did your review determine from you reviewing those prior evaluations of his prior treating physicians?
So sticking to the physicians, because he had a lot of evaluations, but just going with the psychiatrist, the first psychiatrist I believe he saw was a Dr. Musil, M-U-S-I-L, and he was approximately 3.5 years old at the time. He was referred for issues related to either temper tantrums, there had been some biting noted in the preschool classrooms, so he's having a behavioral kind of evaluation. On that day, on the date that he was seen, and this is a child psychiatrist, and one of the things as child psychiatrists we're trained to do is we ask about developmental milestones. That's why we do 2 years of training. And we ask about things like speech and walking and talking, particularly if you're coming in at such a young age. Excuse me. So Dr. Musel noted that his speech overall was normal, though his first words were at about 18 months. And so that is somewhat of a delay. First words, typically, we think of maybe 12 months, but some people, even in a normal bell curve, may not speak till 16 or 18-month sentences or words, but that was noted. Otherwise, I think he noted that speech was normal. So that was the first psychiatrist that saw him. He had a consideration or thought that attention deficit disorder might be to play there, and so he ultimately was treated by another physician who did prescribe him stimulant medications for attention deficit disorder. Now that's important too because you may have heard a lot about fetal alcohol syndrome and fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, and it is true that inattention and problems concentrating can be a feature of both. So one might say, well, the docs just missed it. They didn't know enough about it and somehow sort of they got it wrong. But if you look at the medical treatment for problems with attention and concentration, even if it is clearly fetal alcohol syndrome, and there's no argument this is ADHD, a stimulant treatment for ADHD is still the treatment. So it's not like he didn't get the appropriate medication treatment sort of along the way that would have been used to treat it, even if for some reason folks missed it. He was subsequently seen by other child and adolescent psychiatrists. One was a Dr. Ortiz. She was at Cross Creek, so I think it looked like she was maybe their child and adolescent psychiatrist that worked with them. Another was Linda Karff, and then a third was Dr. Brett Nagin. He was actually the last one to see Nikolas Cruz. Now, they had a range of diagnoses, but they were kind of in the same cup, if you will, of what diagnoses might be. They were consistently attention deficit hyperactivity disorder as one of the diagnoses. One of the earlier ones said, it's interesting, the note says OCD, which stands for obsessive compulsive disorder, but from reading the school records, the counselor records at school, what I think they were calling OCD was, is it time for mom to pick me up yet? Can I play the Xbox? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? That's annoying, but that's not necessarily OCD. I couldn't find evidence of OCD. I did see that they tried a range of different medications. One of the earlier doctors, Dr. Karff, after, I think it was around the time where he may have attempted to stab the teacher or there was an assault in the classroom, did start him on a medicine to help with aggression and violence. Although it may not have an FDA approval, we commonly prescribe this for violence and aggression in youth, even if it's not a specific indication in the PDR, which is the physician's desk reference. And so he was tried on that. Some help, but not a lot. If you had to sum up the rest of his treatment, try different stimulants. Although he would tell me they never helped, there was a lot of records that said improved, mother sought them out, they were helpful to him, that documented they were helpful at different times. Maybe they lost some of their efficacy later on. And then his last psychiatrist was Dr. Brett Nagin, child and adolescent psychiatrist, I believe board certified in child and adolescent psychiatry. So that requires strong training, both in your training and preparation for the boards, knowledge of fetal alcohol syndrome, developmental disabilities. And so Nikolas was having, in the first half of the 8th grade at Westglades, a lot of behavioral difficulties. And so the support teams like Henderson are trying to work with the mom you know, should you have more of an evaluation? So she went for a neurology evaluation. The neurologist said he was normal. She did not ever officially go for, quote, an autism evaluation. And what Dr. Nagin wrote in his note, which kind of had a legacy that lives on, was rule out a pervasive developmental disorder. So as physicians, when we see someone, you know, they're saying he has this problem and this problem, we might have several things that we consider, and that means maybe we need to evaluate that further. It doesn't mean that that's ultimately what diagnosis you're going to land on or is the correct diagnosis over time. So Dr. Nagin did note that he had problems with interacting with other people, and he did, and social skills issues. And in Westglades, I've described some of those challenges, and he did have impaired social skills, but ultimately, in his final notes, he coded that under a disruptive behavior disorder, which is like conduct disorder. That was not his final diagnosis, that he had this autism or that form of neurodevelopmental disorder. It did indicate, though, that he received treatment from 3 different psychiatrists who all uniformly thought he met the criteria for ADHD.
And how about psychologists?
Numerous psychologists throughout the course of his treatment, starting early on. I do think, and I think the record shows, that he had some early developmental delays. I think the early testing did show that he had some speech and language delays when he was 3, 4, 5. Some of the evaluations, and I'm not sure why, I know from the earlier pediatric and psych records that he was recorded as speaking at age 18 months. But as time goes on, he gets age 3, he gets age 4. The mother starts to report the delays as first words 3 or 4. But we have a record that says it was not that severe of a delay. We have an actual note of when he first spoke the words. I don't know why that got put into the subsequent records, but that was part of subsequent speech and language evaluations, that his delay was much further along than in reality it was. That's just something that the record showed. But he had numerous psychological evaluations, speech and language evaluations. I do think he had some early speech and language delays and was developmentally delayed in that area. But you can see, and you've seen some of the clips, that a lot of his expressive skills, his reading skills, caught up greater than what you might have expected if you just read the early records.
Okay, and what did you learn about the treatment and the interventions that existed with the defendant?
Yeah, so he had one of the largest range of interventions from age 3, 3.5 that, it's robust that I've ever seen. So let's just go over some of the major categories.
Doctor, before you do that, Mr. Sykes, I think we need to take a 10-minute recess for folks to use the restroom.
Sure.
Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads behind. Okay, we're in recess. Everyone else may be seated or take a break. If I can just speak to a lawyer from both sides up at the bench for just a moment, please. So as I announced earlier, the courthouse is closed at least Wednesday and Thursday. I've given the state, with the defense counsel, I've conferred with the state and defense counsel, and due to the other scheduling restrictions on Friday, even if the courthouse is open, the consensus is to finish the doctor's testimony on Monday. And since it's 5 o'clock, to excuse the jurors today with a notice to be back on Monday. Am I forgetting anything?
If it's all right with Dr. Scott, it's fine with me.
I think Ms. McCann spoke to him.
I'll make it happen.
Okay, so, sorry about that. I mean, what a bad time to be flying into South Florida. And I spoke to Ms. McCann, so you'll be on the stand, so you can't discuss your testimony. However, the state has indicated, and the defense has no objection, that they'll have to discuss with you your accommodations. I don't know if they put you up at a hotel and all those kinds of things. You can talk about those things, just not your testimony.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And defense, you indicated you have no objection to that, correct?
That's right, that's not a problem.
Okay, and just so everybody knows, in case you want it, the phone number for the Broward County Courts Emergency Hotline is 831-7777. So they update that regularly. Like if you call now, I'm fairly certain it'll say, because of the hurricane, the courthouse is closed Wednesday, Thursday, but they update it, so if anyone needs it, the jurors have already been given that number, okay? Just in case, I mean, who knows, if it's something that goes on past the end of the week. These are water.
Judge, are you bringing them back in?
You know what, I'm not gonna bring them back in.
Okay.
They have orders there, and I'm gonna have Charlene give them the orders. It's self-explanatory. It says that they were in court today due to the hurricane. The courthouse is closed. Wednesday, let me make sure that's the right one. Yes, and it says to be back on Monday, okay? This is your first hurricane? Needs to be addressed today before we recess for the evening and the week. Again, just to repeat the number for the Broward County Courts Emergency Hotline, which updates the court schedule. All we know for today is that the courthouse is closed tomorrow and Thursday, for sure. But if anyone needs an update, you call 954-831-7777, and it is updated regularly with the information. Okay, everyone stay safe.
Thank you.
See you Monday. Thank you.
My pleasure. Be safe.
Do you need